morning, everyone. We'll call the special call meeting of the Jackson City Council to order, May the 18th, 2016. If you would please rise, and I'll lead us in an invocation and pledge. Father, we come before you this morning, just thanking you for another day. Thanking you the ways that you've blessed this city, the many ways that you've blessed this city. Father, we proclaim you as our Lord, our God, and our King, and acknowledge your divine sovereignty in our lives. Father, we thank you for all the ones whom you have appointed in your divine sovereignty to serve this city. Our department heads, each and every staff member of our city. Father, we just pray that you will give them a servant's heart. Father, we thank you for the members of this council. It is you that put them in this position, Father, that you have ordained them, and that's indeed a high calling. So, Father, I pray for strength, for wisdom and discernment for them as they handle the matters which affects each and every person that lives in this city. Father, again, we thank you for this time. We just ask that we leave here, that everything we say, everything we do will bring honor, glory to you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everybody else here. Anita, you can show all council members present with the exception of Councilman David Cisco, whom is called and indicate he is on his way, if you would do that. Item 4 is the invitation for public comment. Obviously today we're having our budget hearing, so at the conclusion of those, if anyone here who would like to address the council, if you'll let it be known at that time, I'll be happy to call on you. New business is item 5, the consideration of resolution authorizing the operation of existing Humane Society under the title of City of Jackson Animal Care Center. Council members have a copy of that resolution, and hopefully we have a couple of people here. I don't see him. Yes, there she is. Frank McMean and Lynn Caldwell. If y'all don't mind coming up and just kind of give us a brief overview of what we've been doing for the last several months and putting this together. Frank, you want to start?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
We've been working to try to put together a no-kill facility, working on uniting all the animal groups and operating, I guess, as one umbrella and uniting the fundraisers to help provide for a county-wide spay and neutering program. So that's I guess the basis of what brought us all together.
Okay. Lynn Caldwell is here, who has for many years kind of headed up the Humane Society and worked very hard on that. So Lynn, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, as you know, I've been to you several times, and my concern and my wish and my desire for the community is for the city to fund the Jackson-Madison County Humane Society. Currently, it's not receiving federal, state, city, or county funding, although the city is very generous to make donations, and we're very appreciative of that. But we do need consistent funding, and we would like for the city to take over the Humane Society, to build an intake building to house the animals from the city when they are brought in or picked up, where they would stay for 14 days in a quarantine period. They would be tested, vaccinated, altered, moved over to the existing building to where they would be adopted out. The city would take over the employees, the maintenance of the buildings, the van, the day-to-day operations. And I've agreed to continue doing fundraising along with assistance of others to provide for the veterinary needs, the food, and also to help with the spay-neuter program that we are hopefully going to have a grant for.
I think the foundation has been fairly involved in taking donations and getting them into the hands of people who run the Humane. Will that continue? And
We would kind of lead the effort in the fundraising, being able to receive the funds. manage the spay and neutering program, any contributions that came in for food, veterinarian expenses, and the spay and neutering program. Vicki Lake has agreed to do the grant writing. And I think most of the fundraising would be involved in the spay and neutering program, vet bills, and assist in helping to feed the animals.
Okay. Council needs to know this has nothing to do with the Madison County Rabies Control operation. They'll continue to operate as, I guess, as they do now, using the state statute, which governs their operation. So this is a singular effort on behalf of the city to sustain a no-kill shelter for animals in our city. We do have the support, and hopefully we'll gain more support from the rescue groups who will assist us in making sure the animals are adopted and making sure they have people who want to take the animals and will properly take care of them.
And another-
Obviously, the fewer animals we have in the animal care center, the better off everyone is.
I was going to say also, we're going to work on some endowments that will help to underwrite the program so that we can continue, and it will make it more sustainable, so that we can keep the county at some point funding the spay and neutering program and the vet bills. It would just make it a little easier to do that on a regular basis.
Council needs to know we have a capital project also for that facility, which will be the quarantine area, which will have to be built. It's anticipated, Lynn, that you all will continue to operate the Humane Society in the same way you do now until we complete that
Yes, sir.
structure. And then at that time, we'll set a designated date of where the city will assume operation. I think you have a bequeath of some foundation working off some interest, which will help you continue to do that. But we don't really anticipate the construction of that taking that long. So we'll move, first of all, obviously, we have to have a quitclaim deed to the property where we can legally go in and build the additional quarantine area. So if council has any questions of either Lynn or Frank?
Lynn,
Free?
I understand, and I just want everybody to know this. You've worked how many years for free?
18.
18 years without a salary, so she's totally volunteered for this, and we appreciate all of your work.
Move the approval of the resolution.
Have a motion, approval of resolution properly seconded. Any discussion, council?
One question, Mayor, on the total cost of the city, do we have an estimate on what that's gonna be as far as what our expense is gonna be?
We have, I think, estimated, which again is a little bit closer than a shot in the dark, for first year of operation based on what's been spent in the past. I think we've budgeted, what, Sam, 200,000 for first year, and I think we'll know more after this first year of operation.
Are we gonna be looking at doing, for at least the Humane Society or us combination, doing some kind of spay and neuter program in the future, for the city? Is that something that's kind of,
We would be handling that and raising the money for that.
okay,
That would happen outside of what the city's doing.
okay. No, I guess what I'm asking is, would we, as a city council, be looking at possibly passing some kind of a laws or regulations requiring people to spay and neuter their pets?
Well, that'll be up to council. I think once you evaluate what the animal care center will be doing, every animal that goes out will be spayed and neutered. So that's kind of more than mandatory spay and neutering program, but obviously it'll be up to council if you're ready to address an ordinance to make it mandatory. My suggestion would be to look at it maybe after a couple of years of operation and just see how many of those animals have gone out for adoption and how many of them have been spayed and neutered, to see what kind of progress we're making doing that. I think enforcement would be an issue on a mandatory spay and neutering program. We looked at it once before, and may involve obviously some litigation and some things that will slow that process down. So I'm hopeful that after a couple of years of operation, we'll be able to take a look at the animals that go out, spayed and neutered, and see that we're making some progress in the city.
I just have a quick logistical
I
question.
have a question as well.
So as, with our animal control officers in the city, when they pick an animal up, would they go to the animal shelter that we operate? It will not go to the rabies control anymore?
Correct. The
Is that correct?
city
Okay.
animal control will no longer be associated with rabies control. They will all come to the intake building, and the city animal control employees will be at the intake building.
And so is
And it
the,
is, and I do want to stress, and I know Mayor Gist has, it is a no-kill
Right.
facility. I know there are people concerned about that, but both of those buildings are going to be under the umbrella of the Animal Care Center. They're both no-kill.
so if an animal comes in, picked up from animal control to the facility and is unaltered, will that be a process before it gets
Yes,
released again?
all of the animals will stay there for 14 days. That's what we currently do. We have
Okay.
a quarantine area. Our quarantine area will actually be moved to the intake building. That way, we can allow for more animals in our current existing building. All the animals in the intake building will stay for 14 days. They'll be tested, they'll be vaccinated. By state law, all animals in a humane society or an animal shelter are supposed to be altered before they are allowed to be adopted.
Just wanna get that on record.
And once they're altered, they'll move to the Humane Society building.
Okay.
We'll have all well animals in there.
I have a
Councilman
question, if I may. Good morning. One, just for the record, could you define no-kill?
Basically, for everyone to understand the process of what no-kill means,
Everybody
we
does.
are a humane society. And the animals that we take in sometimes are severely injured, some are severely aggressive, and some are terminally ill. Those animals do sometimes have to be euthanized. We do not euthanize at the Humane Society. We use veterinarians, and we feel like the veterinarians have the education and expertise to make those decisions. So when a veterinarian recommends that an animal be euthanized for any of those existing reasons, then it is done. Otherwise, we do not euthanize an animal for being there too long or what we consider unadoptable.
Okay. Secondly, you will be taking animals from the county as well?
No.
Is that correct? Only animals in the city?
Just the city.
Okay. And then my last question, I don't know who would I direct this to. The 273.5 is for the building, that's correct, Mayor? On the price?
On the Capitol,
Right.
that'll be for the construction of the quarantine center.
It's 220, is it?
220.
220.
Yeah.
Okay. And where will the salaries and benefits? Do we have
Salaries
an
and
idea
benefits
for
would
that?
be under city government.
Okay, do we have an idea of that?
Roughly 200,000. It's
Yeah,
under,
it's under
yeah,
Okay.
it'll be under the Health and Sanitation Department. We're hopeful, we're very hopeful. We just can't confirm at this time, but we are hopeful that the Comptroller's Office will allow us to operate the Animal Care Center through the enterprise fund through Health and Sanitation. In that case, then, the cost to the city, the cost to the taxpayers will be minimal because of the proposed meager surplus that's usually there at the end of the year through H&S.
Okay,
So we're hopeful.
we'll be hopeful about that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we have a,
Mayor,
yes,
how are we gonna distinguish between city and county dogs? Since the county don't wanna get involved in it, how you gonna distinguish between whether they're from the city or the county?
well, we hadn't asked them because,
City limits,
City limits?
they cross that city limit line or in county.
We do
Can't chase
currently
them, you can't.
only take animals at the Humane Society that are in Jackson City or county. And so when people come in, we do ask them to provide proof of their residence,
Well,
so.
we're
That
gonna end
could be
up kinda
done.
looking like a bad guy in some ways, because when they take them out to rabies control, then they're from the county, then, we're gonna allow those, pets to be killed, right?
I don't think the city's gonna look like the bad guy at all.
I hope not.
I made this proposal to the county too 4 years ago, so I think that's where the bad guy might lie.
But they decided they didn't want to participate with us, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, it's the city of Jackson, it's not Jackson, Madison County.
Yeah, we can't control the
City.
county.
okay, we have a motion and we have a second properly made. Any other comments or questions from council? Council,
Only other thought that I'd have is we could ask them to rename it instead of Jackson Madison County Humane Society, Jackson Humane Society.
That's what I was
Oh,
thinking
it's
too,
gonna be nice.
to make that difference.
I believe Mayor Gist is asking that the name be
Right,
changed.
it is
Yeah.
the City of Jackson.
City of Jackson Animal
City of
Care
Jackson
Center.
Animal Care Center.
yeah. Okay, any other questions or comments from council before we vote? Council, please vote.
And the vote is unanimous.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Al, you're up on item 6, first readings, ordinance, 2016-17 fiscal year operating and capital budget.
Morning, Mayor, Council.
Morning.
Okay, looking at the agenda, we have passed the first item on there. And we're on to the budget presentation. You should all have received, more than a week ago, a binder that contains all of the information that will be discussed. And I know Councilmember Brooks always catches me putting up a chart that's not in his book. But hopefully that will not happen this time around. Okay, so the first thing we want to look at is, well, let me just do some housekeeping here. We did put in, thanks to Anita, a notice well before the 10-day required period. We did a public notice on this meeting. The numbers may have changed slightly, but, you know, that's allowed, but it has been public noticed. Now, the ordinance itself, you should have as one of the first things in your book, is the 2016 budget. And here, the FY17 budget is at roughly $67,792,000 in revenue, and the same amount, $67,792,000 in expense. But the kicker is, in the revenue, is a $2.6 million draw on fund balance. And that is shown on the subsequent page to that first page I just showed you. Under revenues, where you can see my check mark, $2,645,297. Now, this year, the year we're in now, FY16, we had budgeted for an $853,000 negative that had to come from fund balance, and we'll go into later where we stand on that and what is the breakdown of this $2.645 million, most of which is going to be in two areas in the general government. Because as you can see, the department heads have really done their homework and kept the increase over here. This is the percentage increase from the previous amended budget. And it's only in general government, if I can get this all on one line, it's administration and then general government, where we have a 22.2% increase. And that's all going to be in basically two areas, the Christmas bonus and the health care expense increase, which Stacy Stone will address later. So I don't want to move too fast, but I want to try and get through these so you can get to the meat of the matter and show you exactly where we're coming from, because that's really applicable to our situation. And you should have a chart like this that's summary of fund balances, net assets for fiscal year ended June 30th. And it's really the first column that I want to look at, general fund, because the others, the fund balances vary based on what we borrow or what we transfer to capital, et cetera. But let's go down to, let's do it backwards and go down to year 2006.
There's no page.
I can probably let Harvey take over. He and I had our own budget review here at 7:15 this morning.
Right there, yeah, you're on it right there, Harvey, right behind debt service pie chart.
Okay, has everybody got this chart in front of them?
One more page, Harvey. Okay.
Okay, the general fund in 2006 was down to 13,484,615, and that is not the unassigned. There's about $2 million in unassigned, so the real usable fund is about 11.5 million. And as Ms. Bell can attest to, that's not all just cash. There's other assets involved in that. But that is our fund balance. And I've tried to footnote at the bottom here so you can see a little path of what happened. The reason we went from 13 million to 21.9, almost 22 million, was we did one of the wisest things that we've done, at least since I've been around here, is we sold the landfill. And that gain was $8.5 million. Plus, Republic paid off Metro Waste, which was doing the baling and recycling. We had an arrangement with them where we couldn't just stop baling and recycling. We had to buy our way out, and that was $3 million. So really, we had $8.5 million plus a $3 million obligation. We really had a gain of $11.5 million. All right, so we're going along here with this 21 million, and you see we dropped down to 17 million. Well, everyone knows what happened in 2008. That's when the bottom fell out of the real estate market, when the government had to come in and subsidize General Motors and others, and that had a trickle-down effect to taxes that we recover from the state. People weren't traveling as much. Also, people were not paying their property tax on time. The sales tax went down. So far, the year there, 2008, and even into 2009, was slow times for the total economy, and that should not be a surprise for what happened to the city. And I note that there with note number 3. Then as we go up, we got into 2009, and our fund balance was at 19 million, but our debt service, when we get to the pie chart, we'll show you, was as high as 27% of every dollar of tax collected was going to pay debt. So we did what was called a refunding on $56 million. And we'll see that on the debt service charge later. And we spread that out. So that enabled us to operate more effectively, and our fund balance started climbing again. 25 million, 27, 22. And in those years 11 and 12, the state comptroller's office didn't know how to handle health and sanitation, which is a special revenue fund. And when I say didn't know how to handle, there was some questioning. So ATA, our auditors, were told by the state to combine those results together. So we did take advantage of some fund balance that was there in the H&S fund, and that enabled us to get up to a high of 27 million. And then when they took that option away from us, we came back to the more realistic 22 million, 23 million, 20 million, and 20 million again. But of that 20 million, 2 million is actually assigned for reserves like health and insurance and et cetera. So you can see a path here of what has happened, actions that we took to make things happen by selling the landfill, doing a refunding, and actions that were taken nationally that we couldn't control, like in 2008. So that's basically where we have come from, and that's really the name of the game, the fund balance. Now here is the last, a little more detail on the last, see if I can zoom this out a little. from 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And you see I've got 11 and 12 asterisks because that was the 2 years, and you can see by the revenue, we're showing 72 million, 71 million, and then we dropped down to 61 million. Well, the reason we didn't lose revenue, the state just changed their way of having our auditors show health and sanitation. So this supports the other chart. It shows like in FY15, we came down from 21 to 19.9. Not a big deal. Oops. Lost my focus here. But we are on a downward trend as far as pulling from fund balance. And we can get into questions on that later. If I'm moving too fast, just stop me. I call this the infamous pie charts that every year we put up, but it tells the story. Let me see if I can get down here. We went, the year that we're in, FY16, 79.6% of every tax dollar went to the general fund to pay for police, fire, recreation, etc. And 20.39%, the shaded area, went to paying our debt. Now, in FY17, because our debt payments are going up as these loans mature, 22% is actually going to the debt service payments. And even though we increased down here, our total tax, property tax, and tax in lieu of, which by the way, JEA is $5.5 million of this, we increased 900,000, but the part going to the general fund actually decreased. And that's going to continue because next year, instead of having to fund $8.5 million in debt service, we go up to $9,150,000. We've reviewed these numbers, by the way, with Randy. I guess that was about a week ago. So Randy can chime in or ask any questions for the council, or any one of you can. But this tells the story. And several years ago, when Frank Newdecker was on the board, he and I were given the assignment to come up with a policy cap for how high we would go with debt service to our total revenues, tax revenues. And we came up with roughly 23%. Next year, that shaded area is going to be more than 23%, and the council will have to vote how to handle that. So at some point in time, we're going to have to address that. But the story to this chart is yes, our taxes and tax in lieu of is increasing, but the amount going to the general fund is decreasing because we have to pay, let's say, a higher mortgage if you were talking about your own affairs. Okay, here is the debt service, and now these numbers are going to be a little bit difficult to zone in on. The first column is what was the $56 million refunding, what's left of that. And you can see that's making up the bulk of our $8 million principal payments. Right now it's 4.2, then goes 4.4, 4.6, 4.7. And we cannot refund that again until 2019 because you have to have a 10-year period of moratorium before you can do any refund. So we'd really love to stretch that out because that's our problem loan, but we can't do it until 2019. We come over and we see the most recent loans that we have done, the 15.3 variable rate loan, which is like a line of credit. We did it with Tennessee Municipal Bond Fund, and we only draw down what we need when we need it. And following that, we did 17.4 million, which we have not yet completely drawn down. And the great thing about this is timing-wise, we did variable rate loans there. The SIFMA rate is 0.75 of 1%. And then when you add on, in this case, First Tennessee Bank was the one that won the bid from the Public Building Authority of Clarksville through the Tennessee Municipal Bond Fund. You take their fee and the bond fund fee, and right now we're paying about 1.1% interest. And that's fantastic, unbelievable. But the first couple of years, we're able to avoid the principal, but now the principal is starting to kick in on the 15.3 that we did. It's a graduated increase coming down to that $1,060,000, and we're still under the period where we have delayed the first principal payment on the 17.4. But you come all the way across here, and you see that 8.262 is our total debt service for this year. Next year, it jumps to 9.150 and stays there for several years unless we do additional borrowing. And right now,
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, just a minute. Al.
yes,
It was last year that we voted 17.4, right?
yes.
Year before last?
Year before last, it was in 15, yes.
Okay.
Right. So far, we've drawn down 5.4 million and 7 million, so we have roughly 5 more million. And basically, this 17.4 should get us through up to the last year of Mayor Gist's term. So that last year, we're gonna have to make a decision as to what we do to fund the capital, the street paving, the things that have to be done, and what we leave for the next incoming mayor.
So what is left on that 17.4?
5 million.
5 million?
Right.
Okay, all right.
But now the 7 million that I just drew down hasn't been spent. It's gonna be spent
This year?
This year.
this coming year, yes.
Okay, so we got 12,
Okay, well, you're,
so 7 if possible, if this budget passes.
We've got 5.4 we drew down and 7.
Right.
It's 12.4. There's 5 million left that we're not paying any interest on or anything. It's a line of credit. But we'll have to draw it down at the end of next year for the third year of the mayor's term. And then that fourth year is when the council's gonna have to make a decision.
Make a decision.
What we do.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Okay.
yeah, let me make sure I understand that. You're saying that in the year that we're budgeting for now,
Right.
we're gonna draw 7 down.
I've already drawn that 7 down.
Okay, you were budget, okay, you've drawn the 7 to pay for stuff in the year, and then the year after we're budgeting, the following year, we've got another 5 we can draw
I've
down.
got another 5 that I can draw down when needed.
Okay.
But then that final year of Mayor Gist's term,
Decision.
we don't have any money.
So that final year, we decide whether or not to borrow more or do something else.
Right.
No, it's just a loan.
And,
That's right, yeah.
yeah, we tried to
Yeah,
borrow.
I understand. Okay.
That was the loan we made.
So, you know, the story here
It's
is,
decision-making time.
we'd like to move, maybe in 2019, even though there's only 4 or 5 years left, we probably will try to refund this again, move this down, spread it out.
Yeah.
Because our total debt, we're now rated AA by Standard & Poor's. Our total debt is not a problem. It's the way it's bunched up.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can't fix anything for the next 3 years, including the year we're budgeting.
Right.
So the 99150, we gotta pay that for 2 years. It's not till we get to the 9,139 that we maybe can fix something. By
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's right.
refinancing and stretching it out.
Okay, that's good.
And what that means, going back to that pie chart, is that even though there's a lot of growth out on Van Drive and in the Columns area and all of that, even though our revenues will increase, the general fund will get less, and the debt service will go up.
I forgot to ask my infamous question,
We don't have a rainy
the
day.
fund balance,
Go ahead.
fund balance, fund balance.
The fund balance that we have right now is unassigned, is 18 million.
Don't you think it'd be good for us to remind council and everyone that in the property tax column. Need to remember that we're giving up roughly 500,000 a year from the two TIF districts. Stan, you here? Stan? How much is District One, per year? How much?
It's roughly 200,000.
200,000 and roughly
300,000
300,000.
exit 85.
So that's $500,000 that we're giving up, which would be going into the general fund, but it's going into the TIF districts, and that's, I mean, you can look at both those districts and see what's happening. So I think we just need to remember that the growth in property taxes is still growing, but they're earmarked to those two TIF districts and really three TIF districts as they continue to grow.
The other one hasn't matured over the benchmark year yet, but you're right. So there is $500,000, that's a good point, Mayor.
That is a good point.
Has been dedicated to the TIF. The TIFs usually last for 30 years or when the debt is paid off, whichever occurs soon. Okay, now this is the property tax chart, and I just want to try and show you that our growth is not what it should be. We only had a 1% growth in property tax. The reason why that I showed you on the pie charts that we went up 900,000 is because JEA's calculation of their investment and their return on investments, and we get a percent of that, that has increased. Their telecom division for the first time has become profitable, and now that's included, and that's about $300,000 a year that previously we were not getting. So we're looking at 1% growth, and the reappraisal was done in 2014, and it used to be every 5 years. Before that, I think it was every 10. Now it's every 4 years. So in 2018, they'll do another reappraisal, and then the State Board of Equalization will determine what our certified rate would be. And that's an attempt by the state board to not increase anyone's taxes. It's to come up with a new rate that matches up to the appraised value.
And that's done every
But
4
the-
years now?
Yes,
So the next one will be
18. Okay, now, in talking sort of negatively, let's talk positively here for a minute. We need something good here. Our economic growth,
Hal, before you get to that, the chart you're talking about, the sales tax, the increase, that does not include the increase that we're going to the TIF district, that we're not getting, does it?
sales tax doesn't go to the district, only property.
Okay. I thought the property tax, increase in property taxes was what goes to TIF district. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. But you
talking
said
about
something
the-
about sales tax.
Okay, I'm sorry, the property tax schedule you showed us, where we're going up 1%, that's property tax, right?
Right.
Okay. That 1% increase does not include the TIF district dollars, does it?
Yes, it does. That's the overall picture.
So that 1% increase, we're not getting that 1% because we're giving.
You're not getting the full portion of it.
Okay,
Right.
all right, that was my question, okay.
Okay, now, the good news as far as economic growth for the city, we're having some fantastic retail sales numbers that occur here, so that we're feasibly gonna end up with about 13.5 million in sales tax, the local option. But I want everybody to understand, and I know the mayor has stressed this, that's great. That shows that we're having new stores and new people coming in to manpower those stores and buy homes and spend money, and that's also an encouragement for other retail stores to come in. But if you really look at what we get out of the, sales tax rate is 9.75. 7% is retained by the state, and then that 2.75 comes back to the city or the county, depending on where the retail business is located. And 95% of all the retail is in the city. But of that 225, right away the state and the county trustees take off 0.03, and then 45% goes to the schools. You come down to a subtotal, and another 50% goes to schools. So making a general statement, out of every tax dollar of local option tax, we only get 26.9 cents, or 26.9%. We're really funding the county schools.
What's that in dollars?
Roughly, we're talking about 49 million that we keep 13, so that's what, $35 million for $36 million going to the county. And it's our schools too, but I just want to make sure everybody understands that. Okay, a couple other charts just that I know the council is normally interested in is appropriations to other agencies, nonprofits. Okay, so we have Carl Perkins Center up at the top. The only change, might be the best way to approach this, the only change from last year was basically, we came to you with a 0 for JACOA, and I think Councilman Cisco and others protested, if that's the right word, and we put back in 19,000 last year, and it's in there this year.
We
And
lobbied,
then-
we lobbied.
You lobbied, okay. Instead of protested, you lobbied, okay. And then West Tennessee River Basin Authority, we have up 25,000 because of the joint ventures that we're in them, with them on stormwater control, and we get far more than that increase back from them in their assistance. So in total, it's up 44,000 from last year.
The bottom one, the Humane Society, the 25,000, will we still do that since we're taking over the Humane Society?
Now, that's a question for the mayor, how that's gonna work. We still, this was put together, Mayor, before we had that resolution.
Yeah, we don't anticipate that. The Humane Society will continue to operate that organization until we finish the quarantine center. So some of that may have to go to them for continued operations, but I do know they have some foundation money coming to sustain them. So we're hopeful we'll be able to wrap that 25,000 into the total budget for the Animal Care Center for this next year.
When are we anticipating taking over?
Ever how long it takes to build that building? Winbush says he can build it in 3 days.
3 days. Oh, man.
You better get started, Tom.
So not much of that goes to labor, obviously. There's not much time involved.
The other chart that refers to nonprofits and agencies in the community is the 720 account, which is basically grants and donations. And the only change from last year there is the chamber is up 25%. And Mayor, you correct me if I'm wrong, isn't there a 3-year period now where we're gonna be giving the extended amount of 100,000 a year? Everything else stayed the same, Harvey, as you lobbied for. Southwest Human Resource, the summer youth program, and et cetera. It's in there, okay?
Now, this youth town, is that for their 6 or 8 week program they have, or what's that for exactly? Is that Christy Little's?
That's, well, she sends people there to the.
They don't operate the youth challenge out of Youthtown anymore. They do treatment
Okay.
facilities there as well.
Okay, okay,
It's not under juvenile court, so.
okay.
No,
Okay,
no, I'm just
okay.
saying she refers people
Okay.
there. All right, now, this is what the council should be interested in when I said we're gonna draw down or be under 2.6 million. And we tried to break this down for you, and we'll discuss all these areas as we go through. But the first one is the salary supplement, which is the Christmas bonus that the mayor has proposed of $800 per employee, and that costs us $746,000. So there's no specific funding for that has to come out of fund balance. The next one is the big item, $1 million out of general government, and that's basically healthcare. And Stacy Stone will come up in a few minutes. She's head of risk management, and she will address that. The only other area that basically increased in general government is the tax sale account. And let me just explain to you what happens. When we have a tax sale, we usually end up with about 80 or 90 properties. We send out summons, and the average Joe on the street doesn't want his property put up for tax sale on the courthouse steps over here. So they'll pay up, and we'll have 75 to 80% payment. But we end up with about 20% that, for whatever reason, people can't or choose not to pay. And then the city and the county have to buy those properties. And we end up then paying ourselves, really, because that money comes back through in tax revenue. But it does impose on Kathleen, because those are, if they're lots, those are areas that she has to increase her lawn care, cutting of yards, which is up over, what, 300? 500. Wow, I'm a couple days late here. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is you do have that exposure, but if you don't do the tax sales, which we didn't do, I don't think until I got here, and it wasn't my doing, but we started doing tax sales. We have Alan Rainey at Spraggins, Barnett, Cobb, and Butler who handles. He's our tax attorney. Midas Merriweather works with him. And it's a big job to get those summons out, because you have to make sure they're accepted. Some people will do whatever they can to avoid accepting the summons. But then we get a big bang out of that from the payments, but we do end up with exposure, because ever since 2008, people are not buying lots to build new homes in the downtown city or East Jackson area where most of these originate from. So I think in stormwater operations, we'll address that when Scott gets up. Police department shows $146,000, but Chief Weiser will explain to you that as a percent of his total budget, it's minuscule. Let's see here, police, 0.42%, less than a half of 1%. And it's mostly, I believe, Chief, in fringe benefits and things that, you can't really control, whether the TCRS pension goes up and et cetera. And then we have fire department, and Chief Stewart will address that, and signalization, Scott will address. And on the ballpark, I can just basically tell you that we support, I don't want to use the term subsidize, because when you subsidize something, normally you don't get anything back in return. We're receiving the benefit of having 86,000 people having gone through the turnstile at the ballpark this past year. And the ballpark is doing...
You're speaking of the sportsplex, right?
No, I'm speaking of the Pringles.
Pringles.
Well, I don't want to call it Pringles, it's the ballpark.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Let me just cover that one while I'm up here.
That ball field would be like tarp over the sun.
Sure enough.
Yes, you can't use Pringles anymore, but many times you've asked, when is the ballpark going to be paid off? Well, it's going to be paid off in 2017. And you can see that the original cost was $8 million. We got $1.2 million from naming rights, and then the interest over these 20 years has been $2.7 million. So the total cost for that park is $9,547,000. But the park is 20 years old, basically, and the upkeep on the park, which is our responsibility. And just for information purposes, we have a contract with the owners of the franchise from the Seattle Mariners from 2011. It ends, make sure I give you the right, it started January 1st, 2012. It ends 12/31/2020. And then there are options, 3-year options that can be taken if the city and the ball club so choose. We were very fortunate because when the Lozanacs put put their franchise up for sale back in 2006, the speculation is that somebody would buy the club and move it, and we would be sitting there with another white elephant like we currently have with the Ullman Arena.
Al, before we leave the ballpark, you
Yes.
indicated that schedule will be paid off in 2017, basically, which is next year. Were we able to verify the terms of that special act? Once the ballpark is paid off, do we lose the state sales tax that we now retain, or do we still continue to retain that?
We can continue to retain it as long as we keep making repairs, like to the concession area, the clubhouse. That's considered additional debt.
Okay,
So it can go on for the 30 years.
okay.
Okay, right now I'd like to call Stacy Stone up to address in your books the healthcare expense portion.
Good morning.
Morning.
I think, Stacy, we determined you were going to address what are
What
the page
section?
numbers we're talking about here. So
Page 13.
page 13 under the expense portion. There's a revenue portion first, and then you'll see a blue tab like this, and it says expenses, general fund. And if you go to page 13 there, this is the page that I'd like you to find in your book. And I've highlighted the areas that she's going to address. Everybody able to find it? The first area was revenues, and then there was a blue tab that said expenses. And now we're on page 13 of that. So I'll turn that over to Stacy.
Okay, these first three accounts that are highlighted here, these are new accounts that are created to separate some of the additional healthcare expenses that are separate from claims and admin fees. So previously, these were included in the in a different account, in the overall health claims and admin account. But these are expenses that are separate from those claims, like the flexible spending account admin fees and the Affordable Care Act fees that we're now required to pay, as well as the clinic expense and the discounts, the healthy lifestyle discounts that are provided to the employees for getting their annual wellness checks and participating in the wellness program. So those have just been pulled out separately, and that comes up to $524,900.
That's not saying that's new expense, it's just been pulled out to,
Yes.
so we can track it.
It's just been
on a
separated.
more intelligent basis.
So any questions about that? The next highlighted area is on-the-job injury expense, which shows an increase of $125,000. We've been hit hard this year with some large claims that we don't usually experience under OJI. So we've had 6 large claims this year that have amounted to $364,000 with just those 6 claims. So that's why the big hit this year. I'm gonna skip this to the next.
You move it to where you want to go.
The next area is the liability and property insurance. We saw an increase because we have added about $1.7 million worth of property that we're insuring. So some of those things that were added were some additions at North Park, the South Tower, new concession, restroom, and gift shop at the Sportsplex, and some electronic signs at Oman Arena and the Ned, and some playground equipment at the ballpark. and a few other things. So that amounted to about 1.7, so of course there's additional premium to insure.
I have a quick question on that. We're at 374,000 right now. We only budgeted for 368,000 next year.
Which line are you
On the
looking? The
Professional
professional?
liability, huh?
Okay. Yeah, where I see that, okay.
I'm actually on both those, on the city property and professional liability, we're over what we're budgeting for next year already.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, we may need to adjust that a little bit then. Or actually, I take that back. That may be helicopter insurance expense may be in there, and we decided not to fully cover the additional two, so that's gonna drop that down a little bit. So that may be okay right there.
They correct me, before we're too hard on the increased cost on liability, that's the same outfit that paid us $4 million for new radio system, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, that would be
Make sure we're
property,
budgeting
but,
property financially.
but yeah, we will definitely we might see a little bit of increase because of that large claim that we had on the tower. The next is over on the next page, I think, if there's anything. And then the health claims and admin fees, we're gonna see an increase now. What's happening there is we've got several factors that play into that. We have had more, again, on this side, just like the on-the-job injury, we've had an unusual number of large claims. So we've had 7 large claims this year on the health side, that just those 7 claims have added up to $1 million. So that has hurt. And then also, we continue to have extra expenses due to the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act required us to extend benefits and coverage. So some of the things that we are now doing and have been doing over the last couple of years is extending coverage to children up to age 26, whereas previously it was age 24. So now they can stay on until age 26, whether they're married, whether they have access to other insurance or not. They can stay on for whatever reason until that age. There's no pre-existing condition exclusions anymore. So, if someone comes onto the plan and they didn't have previous health coverage, and they had some kind of condition, it used to be if they didn't have previous coverage, then that condition would be excluded for 12 months. But that's gone away. We can't do that anymore. And also, there's no cap on preventative services. We used to have a $300 cap annually on preventative services. There's no cap on that. And additional preventative services are required to be covered now, such as an annual checkup is usually what that $300 was for. But now, like a colon cancer screening, a colonoscopy, which is a couple $1,000s. Once you reach age 50, that's recommended, and that has to be covered at 100% now. And there's no annual or lifetime caps for catastrophic participants. And we also have had to pay fees, transitional reinsurance fee and patient-centered outcome research institute fee per the Affordable Care Act, that this past year was $107,000 for those fees. So, and then on top of that, medical inflation is running about 8%. So it's just there.
Do you have, I don't know, Karen, any of y'all, do y'all have, do you think you can give us a number, the amount of increase due to some of the conditions of the Affordable Care Act? For example, I know we've had to pick up 25 new employees and offer them the rest of the fringes, because obviously
We have now that, part of that is that if you have employees that are part-time, but they are working 30 or more hours per week for more than 120 days out of the year, you're required to offer them health insurance. So we have picked up coverage for several, I would say, maybe only 5 or 6 actually enrolled, and then some of those selected family coverage, so we take on their dependents. We've also had an increase in the number of employees that have elected to enroll in coverage. So from last year, we've added 75 people to the plan with employees and, dependents coming on. So that's, of course, going to increase cost as well. And we are doing some things to the plan this year to try to to help offset some of that. We are going to be changing to Network S with Blue Cross. We had two options, or we currently have two options, and Network S is one of those, but we're going to go completely to that network, which will provide greater discounts. And so we're hoping to see $300,000 to $400,000 in savings by switching there. We've also added a separate deductible for out-of-network usage. So that's just to encourage members to stay in network, and that way the plan gets the best discounts, and the employee pays less as well. And there will also be a separate out-of-pocket maximum for prescription copays. So those prescription copays won't be included in the overall out-of-pocket maximum. We also still have, the clinic, and the clinic, it continues to show a positive return on investment there. We've had 4,919 visits by employees and their dependents over the last 12 months to the clinic. Our average cost for a visit under our Blue Cross plan is about $110. So that would have been about $544,000. Then if you take away what we paid the clinic, we're still looking at almost $270,000 just on that, and that's a rough number on that's the benefit of having the clinic there, that savings there that wouldn't have hit the health plan, or would have if we had not had the clinic. So we're doing everything we can to try to keep the cost down as much as possible, but
Now, the vision plan, is that what we recently voted on?
we
Did
did.
that help us? Because
It
was
will.
low?
We should see some savings in the vision plan for
Okay.
sure.
Just to go back to this current year, we're going to be coming to you the next council meeting. ATA, our auditors, require us to make budget amendments for those accounts, those line items that are going to overrun. And the one that I wanted to highlight to you there is the 41,900, 142 health expense. And we're going to go $1.1 million over what we budgeted. And we're going to have to draw down out of the restricted funds, Harvey, the assigned, unassigned funds is 18 million, but we've got 2 million that are assigned, and $1 million of that is for insurance. And we're gonna have to draw that down, which is not good. We had hoped to build that up to someday be able to give the employees a break on their premiums. Instead, our claims have gone from, Sam, what was it, 5.7 million? To 7.2 million. And there's a number of factors involved in that. And I don't know, Stacy, if you want to make any comments about our reinsurance and how many people we have.
How many people on the plan?
Well, aren't there 5 people that had claims over 100,000?
We had seven people that had claims over 100,000, and one of those did hit the reinsurance. So reinsurance is there to pick up once we hit a certain amount, so $250,000. So that claim has exceeded about 600,000. So we have received reimbursement from reinsurance for that. But that 250,000 plus the other 100,000 plus claims, have added up to a little over $1 million, just those 7. So that has definitely hurt this year. OJI is separate, yeah. We covered that. That's increasing. Yeah, we did. 125,000 on, we had those 3 or 6, I can't even remember what number I said now, large claims there. 4 claims maybe that added up to about 350,000. So that's, happens every now and then. It's not something we usually see every year on OJI, but every now and then we'll take a big hit.
Any questions on healthcare? Because that is a major item, the major uncontrollable item. But Stacy?
Well, there is the ballot box. That's about all we could do, is try to vote for people to go try to change it. But that's unreal, though, because it's cost us, how much more did you estimate?
Well, just,
$1 million and something?
Well, I don't know the exact number that alone has cost. I mean, just this last year, just the fees that we've had to pay, was exceeded $107,000. And it was higher the year before that and the year before that, so it has decreased a little bit. So,
I
But
just
they-
don't think any of the candidates are gonna change it, but anyway, we can pray. Okay.
Okay, if there's no further questions on the general government portion, which is mainly healthcare, the third blue tab that you have is public safety, and Chief Weiser or Barry Matthews are both, Barry Michaels, excuse me, will come up and address that.
Y'all need a break, this may take a while.
No, knowing the council, it won't take that long, too. Okay, guys, y'all go ahead and, Chief, why don't we just look at, y'all go to your police budget, and why don't we just deal with those items that obviously there's some degree of change from last year,
Well-
maybe an increase, or either a larger increase or a larger decrease. Start there.
Well, I'm on page 16. And I'll let y'all go through there if you have any questions.
We got you.
I can cover the increases, but
Where are you, Chief?
page
16,
16.
Under the third blue tab, it says public safety.
Chief, I have reviewed your expenditure budget, and I didn't see anything. And other councilmen may have questions, but nothing caught my eye.
Well, you know, on page 16, under regular salaries, you see a 3.2% increase, and that's under the administration budget. And that salary increase was transferred from another division, from traffic division to administration. So that's not additional salary. It was just transferred from one location to another. With Captain Britt being at City Hall, his salary was transferred on administration. The 50% increase on publicity, that's dues, TACP memberships, legal update memberships, professional services. On page 16, that's we've had some increase in maintenance agreements, software. Anything else on 16 that we need to address? Page 17, you'll see that there's a 100% decrease in traffic safety supplies and the reserve expense. That was the driving school that the police department used to conduct for city court. Now that's contracted out privately, so we're not doing that. Anything else on 17 that?
It's kind of, it's a small number, but just curious on the sex offender registry expenses. We didn't budget anything, but we spent last year and didn't budget anything this year. Why was that?
The best of my knowledge, that's offsetting. They have a revenue that comes out of that, so that's an offsetting account. Page 18.
Keep on
Go
page
ahead.
18 on the motor vehicle fuel and oil,
Yes, sir.
we only spent $275 year-to-date, we're budgeted $478.
Well, you know, Councilman Wallace, gas is going back up.
So your prediction is oil price going to go up next year?
Well,
Make a note of that, buy some gas stock.
well, I mean, there's been years past where it's gone up and we went over budget. You know, that's just a number. I don't want to throw anything off on Rodney, but
I guess
that may be a number that we get from the garage.
Oh.
But, you know, that's the number that we've had budgeted for the last couple of years.
And I guess gas prices for last fiscal year, were down both.
Yeah, they were down.
So,
And I think Rodney can, you know, can address the gas and oil issues better than I can.
okay.
Anything else on page 18? Page 19, there was an increase in the copier. That's a new copier for the patrol division. There was a 16% increase there. Page 20.
Back to page
19.
13.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see, 19, I'm sorry. On the overtime, you proposed,
You're on page 19?
yeah, How do you even estimate that?
Let's see that. That's the aviation unit. You know, we just try to project these numbers and stay within budget. And, you know, on some of the bigger overtime budgets such as patrol division, you know, once we reach that budget number, we have to pull from other resources to try to limit the amount of overtime we spend. So, you know, it's a projection, and we're just trying to stay, you know, within budget with the numbers we've got to work with.
But you've projected much less, right?
Well, you're talking about, well, now the aviation unit does have an additional, this year it had an additional salary, regular salary that was not filled, so due to manpower. And so that overtime would have been absorbed by that open salary.
Okay.
So I guess, Ms. Foote, what I'm saying is we're short in the aviation unit, so those pilots are having to work overtime
Okay,
because we don't have the manpower to fill that position right now.
okay.
While we're discussing overtime, I know the police department seems to be doing better on overtime than they had in previous years, and I appreciate you working on that.
Yes, sir.
Encourage you to continue to work on that. I know that's a big expense that we have, that, you know, we probably can work on a little bit, but continue to reduce that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to highlight the past, but in 2014, the police department was $1.3 million over budget. The majority of that was in the patrol division overtime benefits. And, you know, I came into this position 6 months in the budget year last year, and we were able to come in at about $300,000 over budget. This year, we've had a full year. We've got the you know, all our command staff on board. We're managing our budget, and everybody's doing a better job of managing it and maintaining it, and we're doing other things to minimize the amount of overtime that we're spending.
Yeah, one other question on page 20 on the gang unit. You've got a increase in salaries. I mean, you've got a new employee you've hired there?
Page 20.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right now the the gang unit is fully staffed, so there is an increase. This is the first year that they've been fully staffed, and you know, when you Mr. LaFoon talks about the 146,000 in there, those are fringe benefits that we can't control because under the system we're on a P program, which officers, the time and service and time and years, they automatically get pay raises. And these investigators, you know, are the same way. They automatically get pay raises that, you know.
Just the tiered pay raises
Yep,
there?
it's just fringe benefits, and,
Okay.
you know, there may be some other benefits in there that contribute. And you'll see the clothing allowance is gone up in the gang unit. That's because they're fully staffed. Page 21. There's a 24% increase in the K-9 unit. We've acquired a grant through the federal government for a K-9. They're going to purchase the K-9. It's through an EMA grant, and the equipment and the training we have to provide the officer.
So where we were trying to get, at the current time, we have 4 K-9s. We were trying to get 5 K-9s so we would have 24-hour coverage. And we think we'll be able to accomplish that. So the increase in that is a new handler. You'll see there's a uniform increase of 35%. That covers the new handler also. They require a little different equipment and uniforms than just a normal patrol uniform. So, that's just the initial cost of a new handler. The other thing that sticks out on page 21 is JEA Wireless. And if you remember, that is the in-motion that the council approved a few months ago that goes in the patrol cars so they can access and do their computer work in the cars and out in the field to do accident reports. So there's a 65% increase in that, but
In the telephone line you're talking about?
yeah.
Okay.
But then you go down to the JEA, which, as far as that service, that with the Verizon routers, we don't use that portion of the JEA service, so there's a 40% decrease in that. Also, we're no longer using data radio, so we'll save some money there through data radio.
On that, around that same group, the computer IS services, so you're over 8,000 over what you budgeted for next year already. Was that changing the system? Right underneath JEA Wireless Mesh Access Computer IS Services?
Miss Bell budgets that, so I'll
What's her
have to,
fault?
I have to,
That's an internal service fee for the number of computers. They've added several computers over the last year.
Yeah, I guess my question is, we're already over what we're budgeting for next year.
But
Okay.
you won't need to buy.
We won't
as
need to
many
do it next year.
No, they will. They'll have to, they keep adding computers.
So they'll be over budget, so we're under budgeting then.
well, hopefully I'll save some money with the gas and it all balances out at the end.
Just turn the car off and stuff.
Let's do a budget amendment.
Any other questions on 21? Page 22. Down at the bottom is a traffic division, and you saw an increase in administrative salaries earlier, and you'll see a decrease in the traffic division salaries at 40% because that salary was moved from traffic to admin. On page 23, there's a 100% increase, which is a small line item. It's overtime for photograph and fingerprinting personnel. That's to cover all overtime. It's a $1,000 increase in overtime to cover when we have them come out and process major scenes, whether it be a crime scene or assist in a major traffic accident scene.
Page 23, one thing that stuck out at me is under salaries for, what department is that? For the Family Justice Center, the salaries are up 11 and 12%, but the benefits are up 21. This may be a Karen question.
Yeah, no, it's not. There again, when we make it to the CID division, you should see a reduction in salaries and benefits. Those personnel and those salaries have just been transferred under the Safe Hope Center.
Okay.
So it's the same thing as we just discussed with traffic and administration. You should have a decrease and an increase to equal out.
Okay, I guess what my question was the increase in salaries in family justice is 11%, but the corresponding increase in benefits is up 21%. I was wondering if we don't have the benefits to right department.
Karen, didn't we get a grant for a new position over there, which will be paid for by DOJ?
They're applying for one, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
For facilitator or whatever, okay, all right.
Did you catch my question, Karen? In the Family Justice Center, the salaries are up 11%, but the benefits are up 21%? Is that something we may have the benefits in the wrong department?
That was provided by Mike
Okay,
But the way the Criminal Investigation Division was set up prior to the Safe Hope Center, everybody fell under that division. Well, with the Safe Hope Center, some people were transferred from CID over there. So those salaries transferred. I can't tell you why there's a 23% increase in benefits. Karen, just have to check on that, see if we can get to the bottom of it.
okay, thank you.
On page 24, there's a 145% increase, and that's at the Safe Hope Center. And that is for maintenance and cleaning service. They actually have their cleaning contracted out. They split the cost with the other agencies that are over there, such as RAP and some of the other agencies. So
This building wasn't open for a whole year. It opened up in the middle of this past fiscal year.
Right. Right. Anything else on 24? 25? You will, you'll see an increase in the SWAT unit. We, several years ago, had a full-time SWAT unit. We cut that down, or the other administration cut it down to a three-person SWAT unit with we also have reserve SWAT members. But with the increase in active shooter training and the increase of public presentations that we have to do throughout the community, and we actually have trainers in active shooter type situations that we go out and train other law enforcement agencies. We go to churches, businesses. The requests were just getting overwhelming. So one of our reserve SWAT members, who was a CID investigator, has been transferred back to the SWAT unit because he is a active shooter instructor, so he can take on some of these additional responsibilities. So that's the increase. That 30%, that salary was transferred back into the SWAT unit. As far as the school resource officers, I think we're on 26. The Sheriff's Department maintains a SRO program, and with the exception of the alternative schools, we have 2 officers in the alternative school, and it's my understanding that we will pay half a salary, so we're going to have 2.5 SROs. The SRO that's at North Parkway, the city is going to pay half the salary, and the county is going to pay the other half. That apparently, that SRO that's there has been established there, worked there for many years, has a relationship in the school system, and they requested, and it was very important to them that she maintain her position there. So I think that's the agreement that we've came up with.
I think the
That's what
park,
our officers in there.
Yes.
Okay.
yeah, I think one of the Parkway, I think they're picking up like 600 additional students this next year. So that resource officer, who is a Jackson Police Department officer, is well versed and well experienced there. So the principal and other staff members encouraged us to keep that particular individual. It's the same situation, alternative school. That kind of could be a volatile situation, but our people over there do a great job and well respected. So that's why we're becoming involved in those 2 schools.
Okay.
And the
So
sheriff,
overall,
it's my understanding that the sheriff is also putting an additional SRO to work over there with our officers, so.
At the alternative school?
No, at the North
North
Parkway.
Parkway.
At the alternative school, it's just, there again, they've got a couple of city officers that have worked and have got great relationships over there, and they request they stay in there.
Those two, it's 2 at the alternative
Yeah.
school.
Yes, sir.
One, I believe it's Tammy. at,
Right.
North Park.
Yes, sir.
okay, so overall for the police resource officers, we pay for half and the county pays for
No,
half?
we pay for 2.5 officers. after this year. We'll pay for 2.5. 2 officers and half of another salary, so
Okay.
2.5. Sheriff's Department will have everything else.
Okay, so Sheriff's Department's actually providing the school resource officers now. We're not providing them?
That's correct, with
Okay.
exception of
So we
alternative
just have
school.
2.5 we're providing them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're not reimbursed from the school department for that?
That's between no, I mean, it's the responsibility of the school system and the sheriff's department to fund the SRO program.
Okay. Okay. So in addition to 72% of the sales tax, we're also
You got
providing a
it.
couple officers.
So 2.5
So we're gonna throw that in there.
Thank you for bringing that out. Well intended.
This is great.
Yeah, the rest is, the rest on here is grants. I think it's self-explanatory.
If the council, if you don't have any more questions on the operating budget, we'll just let the chief and deputy chief go into capital while they're here, and we can cut them loose and let them go.
Before we jump into capital, I sent you the email regarding the number of officers per city, per thousand,
Right.
kind of comparing it to other cities in
Yeah.
Jackson,
Well,
in Tennessee, I'm sorry.
just so the other council members know, and I appreciate you sending me the email, giving me the heads up, and having an opportunity to respond. But Councilman Wallace sent an email, and our number of officers per thousand is higher. But he sent, the information he sent was from the MTS report, which had cities in there like Franklin, Bartlett, and those type areas. Now, suburb cities.
Different demographics.
Right, different demographics. And I'm gonna get to how I believe that we got to where we are with the number of officers we got, but, you know, the MTS report that was sent, compared us to Brentwood, Bartlett, and Franklin. And like Councilman Brooks said, the demographics are different. Brentwood has an annual income, average income, just one person income, almost 4 times what the average income here is in the city of Jackson. Bartlett 3 times, Franklin 3 times. When you look at Brentwood in 2015, as far as homicides, it was 0. Bartlett was 0, Franklin had 1. So to compare the suburbs area to Jackson is, you know, it's a tough comparison. But I believe how we got here and how you got the number of officers that we have, I mean, Jackson is the hub city. And we have a population of approximately 65,000. But at any given day, we have over 120,000 people in our city, whether they're working, going to school. We have 3 major colleges. We have I-40 that runs right through the middle of Jackson. We have rural West Tennessee coming to shop and work here. So when we look at obligated time and calls for service, you know, that's how we got to the number of officers.
Chief, in the weekend, you swelled to 250,000.
Well, I was just trying to use a conservative
Yeah.
number.
But yeah, I thought about divided by 120,000 instead of 65 to get a
Right.
little better
Swelled
idea
from
too.
200,000 to 250,000.
Right.
A weekend.
And another thing that we have to take into consideration is, once they start, we can patrol the city with the amount of personnel that we have. But right now, we're short, and we're trying to do some recruiting and get some new officers hired. But once they start the construction on I-40, and up at North Highland and the bypass, we will have to have additional personnel north of I-40. We can't depend on response time trying to get through major congested traffic areas. North I-40 will have to be self-contained, and they're going to have additional resources up there. Union has provided us a substation. there, and so we're gonna have to move some additional resources out there. So, those type areas that were, those cities that were compared in the MTS report are not dealing with the same issues that we deal with here in Jackson, so.
Okay, so you're comfortable with the number of officers we've got. I guess what brought it to my attention was the fact that we get grants where we hire 10 more officers and the grant runs out, and then that becomes a burden for the city to have to pay for them, is whether we ended up with more than we needed. But I didn't particularly feel like we possibly had more than we needed, but I wanted to get your opinion on it.
Right.
So,
But you said you can operate with the number you have, but we'd like to have more.
No, ma'am.
Are you-
We
you're
have
fine
enough
with what you
officers.
have?
We're currently 16 officers short.
Okay.
We have five certified officers. We are projected to hire on June 30th. We just gave the test again. We have the PT test Saturday, and so we've got 13 officers in training right now, either at the academy or in the FTO program. So we've got a lot of training going on, a lot of recruiting, and we're trying to do a better job of recruiting. We're trying to go to colleges and different areas. So
When you say recruiting, that tells me that we probably don't have a file that has all these people that want to go to work for the police department. It seems to me that there are fewer and fewer people that are choosing that, which is sad.
yes, it is.
And you have to recruit, don't you? Yeah.
And there's a combination of things, how we got to where we are as far as our manpower shortage. We're gonna have 7 people retire this year. We've, and I'm, I encourage our officers, to achieve whatever goals, whether that, end up at the FBI or the ATF. We want to encourage them, to do the best they can and reach whatever goals. But with 7 retirements, we lost 2 this year to federal agencies, 2 to Highway Patrol, 2 to TBI. So, we're dealing with a different workforce. Even in the private sector, this is a different workforce that we're dealing with our young people now than it was, 30 years ago. A lot of people started a job and stayed there. They spent their whole career there.
But I know I've done a little research with the colleges locally and in Tennessee, and they tell me they have fewer and fewer applicants for criminal justice. Kids just don't want that anymore, so.
Well, out of the last bunch that took the test, I dare say the benchmark for being a Jackson police officer is set extremely high. And it'll be a very low percentage that actually took that test and they're called in for the final interview before they come to work for us. Very, very few of them. Background check, physical, PT.
We've got a great department. It's young, and it's some good things going on.
Well, you must, because you're training them, they're going on then to bigger and better things, so we're the training ground.
Yes,
But you're
ma'am.
doing a great job, we appreciate you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I've
many officers
had a
do we
lot of
have?
support, and I've got a great staff.
How many total officers do we have?
We're slotted for 231, and I can break that down for you if you want to know by division.
Administration, how many are in administration?
I'll just give you an overview. We have 12 in administration. This is what we're budgeted for. 144 in the patrol division, 9 in the narcotics division, 21 in the criminal investigation division, 2 in the aviation division, 4 in the K-9 unit. We will have 2.5 as a school resource officers. We have 3 in the warrants division, which also works city court, 9 gang investigators. We have 5 that are at the hospital, but the hospital pays for their salary, but they're counted in our total manpower. We have 2 that work in internet crimes against children, and then 4 on the SWAT unit. So we've got 231 sworn officers.
Okay, thank you.
Once again, to reiterate, this $146,000 increase is only 0.72%. I misquoted before, and that's in employee benefits and things that are out of his control. So He's also operating this year under budget, which is a first over the last several years. When Chief Weiser got here, the tables turned, but we were operating way over budget.
Council, have any more questions on the operating budget?
No.
Okay, we'll catch the capital budget, Chief and Barry, if you would, before you leave,
Okay.
and y'all can go back to work.
All right, have y'all got a copy of the capital?
Capital budget is in the back of your book, gentlemen and ladies. It's the third blue sheet from the back. Best way to explain it.
On page 3.
And they're on page 3, I think you're right.
You know, when we meet with the staff and their personnel, before we submit capital, you know, we ask for their capital request. And I know over the last 2 years, just within the department, the capital request has been over $1 million, just internally. So then we have to cut that down and prioritize that. If you take the cars out of this capital budget, we have to prioritize that down to about $300,000. So that's a lot of cutting internally before we even get it to Miss Bell and Sam. So when we look at this capital, you know, all this stuff is a necessity. A lot of it's vests that we have to replace that are expired. You know, equipment to do our job proficient and safely. I'll just start at the top and we'll go down through. The 122, the 10 laptop computers, those are Panasonic computers that go in the patrol cars. Those docking stations and mounts go with those computers. There's a TV monitoring computer for the computer training room. There's 35 replacement ballistic vests. There's desk and workstations, 6 of those. Outside the vehicles are other large costs are body cameras. We budgeted for 75 body cameras, which was $75,000. We're currently and continuing to test out different models. We have a body camera committee. We're still, you know, that the body camera, we thought this year that there was going to be something to come out of the state legislation, reference to body cameras. It got pushed back. So we did look at a grant through the federal government when we initially started looking at body cameras. And part of that grant is when we applied for it, they wanted us to write the policy and procedure. So, I mean, this is still all new, and there's a lot of unanswered questions, so that's the reason why we have the body camera committee.
How many cameras do we have now? Body cameras?
Well, I mean, right now, we've tested out about 4 or 5 different models. Every time that we get a test model, we ask for 4 body cameras to test out, and then they wear them in the field test. They carry it back to the body camera committee. They review the daytime, nighttime footage. You know, there's so many different models. So if the budget's approved, the body camera committee will make a recommendation on which model to go with. It's my recommendation. We have $100,000 budgeted for body cameras. That's 75 body cameras and data storage. It's my recommendation that we buy 25 body cameras and we evaluate that over a course of about 3 months, and we look at the amount of data that we're taking in, the data collection, the management, and evaluate that and make sure that we can handle it, that we have the people in place to manage it and oversee it. And, you know, once we have that in place, then implement 25 more. I mean, this is a big undertaking. We're talking about, when you talk about 75 body cameras, we're talking about having to add additional personnel to manage the system. This just doesn't come with a one-time purchase of body camera. We're gonna have to move somebody to manage this. This is gonna be a big undertaking. So, Captain Rick Holt is heading it up. Sergeant Brian Turner, Major Corley, and there's a couple other people from the Patrol Division.
Okay. And that committee makes a recommendation to you?
That committee makes a recommendation. Well, I mean, there's a couple of different routes we can go. If we go with a company like Taser, what we have is, it's the same concept as a cell phone service. They're gonna cover their product, but it's not a one-time cost. It's a reoccurring cost. It's just the same concept. Once, if they come out with a new camera, then under that contract and under that money that we're paying, we get an equipment upgrade. So that's that's sort of the type things that they're looking at, because if we go with that, then, we're gonna have a body camera cost. We'll have to do a 3-year contract, which, we may have to come back and budget another $50,000 or $75,000 for our policy.
Would you have to hire additional personnel for the data collection and review process, or would you move somebody?
Well, no, I'll have to move somebody. I mean, we're not gonna ask for any money, for additional salaries. But, we currently have, 2 officers, that install all our computers in our car, and they manage our in-car camera system. So they're familiar, with the video and the audio, and we do that through Panasonic now. But when I task them with, having to manage the body camera, I'm gonna have to move somebody over there to help them.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
279 is software. It's a software upgrade because we've got some computers, if we don't do this upgrade, yeah, we can't use Omniform, which we do a lot of our reports under. 3 computers. There's another 15 ballistic vests.
What's the difference in the 2 vests?
Well, the 35, I have to go over, but the 35, it's probably gonna be Patrol Division, which we're gonna have that every year because everybody was hired at a different time. There's like a 5-year, life expectancy on a vest. I'm gonna say the 15 is for new hires.
Same vest, just different?
Yeah, same vest. The 35 are expired vests, the 15 are new hire vests. We've got tasers. There was some debate, if you're going to body cameras, why continue to buy the camera that goes on taser? But I told them to put the cameras in there, because it's a minimal cost overall. Even the quality of the taser video is not that well, but it may capture something that keeps us from getting sued or exonerates an officer, or so we're going to continue to put cameras on those tasers, and with warranties. Let's see, 3 more additional laptops. I think that may be for the K-9 unit, and mounts. The gang enforcement team, they don't have a whole lot in there. There's a digital video recorder, 3 pair of Bushnell binoculars, a level 3 vest, CID. They don't. They've got a. We're currently also, we're going to body cameras, but we're currently also trying to have a audio video interview room. When we go to jury trials, a lot of the jurors and a lot of people, they watch CSI and Law and Order, and they expect all this technology, this touch DNA and this and that. And so, we're going to audio and video custodial interviews. I mean, we're in the 21st century. We should be providing that type technology. So that's what that is for interview room. And there's some storage containers, which will house weapons and other equipment. The K-9 unit, those are ballistic plates outside the vest. Those are just for a lot of times when a K-9 officer deploys, he's by himself. Sometimes with maybe just a cover officer, that would be additional plate on the front and back that would stop a long rifle or something like that. Police SWAT, ballistic helmets, 14. Those are ballistic helmets. The other ones we have are currently expired. Gas mask. And then we, ma'am? Oh, I thought you said something else. And then we get down to the vehicles, and those are all replacement vehicles. We have 15 patrol vehicles that are being decommissioned. Some of them go all the way back to 2002, 2003, that are still in service.
These Dodges?
No, sir. Those are Chevy Impalas and Ford Crown Vics. You talking about the purchase of the new cars?
Mm-hmm.
The purchase of the new cars will be more than likely Ford Interceptors. We have, and Mr. Todd can address this better, but we have a high maintenance cost on the Dodge Chargers. They have a lot of front end issues that keeps our repair cost up. So we're going to go with Ford Interceptor. Now we may buy 2 or 3 Explorers. The Interceptors in there for our supervisors that say have another assignment, such as on the reserve SWAT team, or somebody that hasn't a lot of equipment, or for a road supervisor that carries additional equipment, such as a shield and ram.
Is that an SUV type vehicle, or is it more of a?
It's like a Taurus on steroids, it looks like.
Well, yeah, all of them are going to be sedans, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3. We may 2 or 3 may be Ford Explorers, but the rest of them are going to be cars.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions of the chief as far as the capital? Chief, before y'all leave, let me pose one question. When Lenanda throws the switch on the new radio system, which we think will be, about 4 months, Lenanda? Less, maybe?
Well, is the Lenanda here?
She's right there.
Oh,
I'm looking straight at her.
I better watch what I say then.
Anyway, whenever,
She's killing you from the back, brother.
Can't feel that heat on the back of your head right there?
whenever that does occur, obviously Lenanda will kill all the scanners
Right.
in the city, including the press scanners.
Right.
And I think it's your intention, and certainly mine, to make sure people and the press are informed in a timely manner as far as the events taking place. I know you and I have talked. How do you plan to address? I know you have a PIO, but there may be a necessity to go to social media very quickly, and some.
Yes, I mean, once they flip the switch on the radio system, nobody will be able to monitor it. It's even if you buy a high-speed digital trunking system, you're still not going to be able to monitor it. Lenanda can tell you more about that, but it's going to be very important for the police department, since a lot of times when I respond to a scene, before I even get there, I have WBBJ or Jazz Son calling me before I'm even there to assess the situation based off what they've heard on a police scanner. And it's important to me that we keep the media and the community updated on the events that we're having in the city. So we're going to have to do a better job of getting information out more quickly through social media such as Facebook, Twitter, Nitzel, and getting that information out to the media.
Will your informational officer be in charge of doing that?
Well, I mean, right now, the PIO, who is Lieutenant Tisdale, he handles some of that, and then we also are looking at another option to assist him, because the workload, I mean, for us to get the information out, I mean, our phones ring all night already. So,
I think what Chief said, it's gonna take some additional capabilities.
Right.
And it'll be traumatic to a lot of people to have their scanners shut down, and especially to press, and I don't blame them for being concerned, but we're aware of that and understand that social media is going to be the best method for us to move information out as quickly as we can.
right.
So I
And,
think-
and when we get to that point, we will probably, do some kind of media push, trying to get everybody signed up on Netzel. There's some other apps out there that we're gonna look at to get the information out. So, we're gonna do the best we can to get the information out.
Chief, I just had one question back on the general funding, but I think I know the answer to it. I didn't see any money set aside for updating professional training, but you all probably are doing the training pretty much yourself now, aren't you?
Well,
Or-
we had to transfer $12,000 in this year's budget. Ms. Bell handled that. I guess she did it in a budget amendment or internal amendment. But I think we're budgeted $85,000 for training.
Okay, I just
And,
missed that. but
Yeah,
that's in there.
and this
Okay.
year we had to transfer $12,000.
Okay.
In 2017, we're back budgeted to $85,000.
Okay.
But the reason why we had the increase this year, anytime that we hire an officer and we had to send them to the academy
Right.
in Nashville or in Donaldson, we're charged $3,000. So we sent a lot of officers to the academy, so that money comes out of our training budget. Now, we've been able to save some money in training when we went to the V Academy. We require, every officer is required a minimum of 40 hours in service. We do some of our traditional classes, such as online classes. We require officers to do about 20 hours online. And then we have department instructors and that host training, and there's not a week that doesn't go by that I don't sign a training request. There's a lot of free schools out there that we utilize through ROCIC, through Meridian, and different schools that we try to utilize. We got some great resources here with Marty through MA and Bob Anderson. They're constantly bringing in training out at the hospital in different areas, and we're all, we try to send as many people as we can. Training is a priority for us, so.
Well, when I see that training in the budget, I would just want to make sure that covers more than just new officers. We're continuing to
Yes,
update
ma'am.
the skills of, yeah.
There,
Okay.
there is it's very seldom, it's very seldom that training is ever denied. As long as it's reasonable, we try to send our officers,
Okay.
for continuing education.
Okay, any other questions, council, on the police budget, either operating or capital?
Mayor,
Yes.
before they leave, they also have the Metro Narcotics and the drug fund.
Okay. Go for it, Chief.
In case there's any questions.
Okay, I got you.
So the
What's
other
the pages on those
funds
two funds?
Page
Just here?
23.
23,
Other funds.
and
Other funds, okay. Okay.
other funds, in the back of the book.
Well, okay.
Whoops.
23, 24, 75.
Skipped it, didn't it? I don't see that. That's one.
Okay, council, you found those? You all found them?
Yeah, I think so.
If you have any questions, now would be a great time to ask the chief and Deputy Chief Michael.
The only question I've got is what's a hooligan tool?
What's a hooligan tool? That's a device that, say on a metal door, that the entry trim will stick in between the door and the door jamb. They will hit that with either a ram or sledgehammer and then pop the door open during the execution of the search warrant. I've gotten out of order. I don't have their capital in front of me. I think it's about
That's
41,000.
okay. Council found, if they have any questions, they can.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's
Now
about-
that we found out council and mayor are not involved in hooligan tools. That's
It's
important.
about 41,000 and, they got an Intergram hooligan tool, laptop computer. They've got some surveillance equipment that they use for undercover buys, search warrants and that type stuff. Desk, binoculars, computer, office chair, and I think one vehicle. And they're budgeted $46,802 for capital.
The Metro Fund doesn't draw off of the fund balance, though. It's
self-funded.
self-sustaining through seizures.
Okay. Any additional questions from council? Okay, if not, thanks, guys. Thank y'all. Who we got next, Alan?
Chief, we do appreciate you.
Chief Stewart, thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Barry, you as well. Appreciate what you do.
We ain't got to have a break. Just got that up 3 or 4 times.
This is the fire department.
Okay, guys, if y'all will, just looking at your, trying to be comprehensive, but trying to be expeditious at the same time, is sometimes a thin line. But if y'all will just go to your budget, and if there are any items which are of tremendous increase or tremendous decrease, if you all would go over that with council.
Okay, I have Mark Childers, Fire Marshal, and he's over fire prevention, and David Garth, who's over training, which is really the only two line items that we are increasing.
Okay, all
To
right,
the extent that we have any questions for them.
gotcha. Guys, either one of y'all, Lamar, you want to start out?
One of the bigger changes is, as of March 1st, the smoke detector program was transferred to the Fire Prevention Bureau, was under public fire education. I'm asking for $5,000 for sustainment of that program. Since March 1st, we've installed right at 300 smoke detectors within the city, and I'm hoping to sustain that program throughout the city. The other is education and training. Right now, we have 4 fire inspector 2s, several fire investigation technicians, and 2 fire and explosion investigators. In those classes, that's continuing education, and these programs are tied in with the private field of fire investigation, which that's product-driven, which the conferences and seminars cost a little bit of money. So that's the only 2 big increases I have.
Okay. Doris, how about your training? Anything?
As far as training, where I'm at here. I had an increase of $2,000 in our overtime budget. We have 2 personnel, including myself, in the training division, and that's down from what used to be a 4-person training division. So we do have a lot of times we're having to come in and serve as safety officers for bigger scenes, as well as training that we do at nights and weekends that are required. Travel and training have an increase of $19,600, and that is for a software program, Target Solutions. It is similar to the police department's V Academy. It provides, I believe it's about 1,000 different online training programs that are approved through the State Firefighting Commission, as well as the State EMS Board for the EMS training that we do. That'll provide us a lot of savings in addition to training to be done at the stations or even at home for some people that don't want to do the training when they're at work. By doing online training rather than having to bring everyone to one centralized location for training on duty. In addition to the tracking software that we really just don't have, I use pretty much Excel spreadsheets that I build. We don't have any specific tracking software for doing training, so it saved a lot of man hours by being able to develop that. And that was the only 2 additional ones I had in training.
Okay, if council will look at under the FY16 budget for fire, you'll see roughly 12.8. The amended budget for FY16 is 13, and the FY17 budget is about 13.4. This year, obviously, we've tried to, I think in previous years, we had to come back at the end of the year simply because of the simply underfunded in the budget. come back at the end of the year and amend the budget to make it all even. This year, we decided to amend the budget early and go ahead and give the fire department, what they normally would spend without any huge increases. It's just day-to-day operations that are being hopefully funded adequately for this next year's budget.
A quick question in public education, the Survive Alive and the drill field.
I apologize, I did miss the drill field. Let's see, is that under,
It's on page 32. 237, 238. My question is, we spent almost 44,000, budgeted 1,200, and budgeted 1,200 again. Was there a reason to that
if I'm not
spike?
mistaken, Chief, were those the?
There, Constable, there is a reserve covers
Yes.
that.
Okay.
They have a reserve for the, training revenues that they set aside last year. It currently has about 62,000 in it, so it will cover that.
Okay.
It's
Thank you.
fantastic.
All in all, the total fire department increase is 2.66%, as you can see here, the 13.5 million that the mayor referenced. And it's made up of the areas which Chief Stewart pointed out, and this gentleman spoke to, mainly in education and training.
Okay, any questions of Chief Stewart or
Yeah,
captains that are here?
on page 30, on safety supplies, you had a budget of 25,000 last year, your budget is 68,000 this year. And just more you purchasing?
That is an increase for turnout gear for PPE, as based on the 10-year replacement program. Our equipment expires every 10 years.
Okay.
And it's the cost that really was taken out, and we've had to take from other areas in our budget every year, like we discussed. So that's what it's going to cost us, and really every year to try to maintain that 10-year replacement program.
The other question I have for the fire department in general is on the fire alarms, false alarms, the false alarms that we've been having in the past. Has that improved since we've instigated the program we did a couple years back?
It hasn't changed really all that much. Residential, so many people now have residential burglar alarms. Well, they offer fire, just as something to get in the bag. We're making runs for burnt toast and things like that, and it's not gonna change.
Okay.
I wish it would, but, we do, respond, just with only one emergency and the rest non-emergency, which saves some fuel. But I don't really see that changing. It's residential.
On the commercial side, it's improved. We've bumped up manpower and fire prevention. When we have businesses that are basically what we call nuisance alarms or trouble alarms, our inspectors will go out, figure out what's going on with the alarm system, and have the business take corrective action to keep that from happening.
Okay. Now, there was a fine process in that. Are we instigating that at all, or?
It was after the third time, I believe.
That was on the residential side, I believe, with the police
It's on
department.
the residential side, no. we're
Okay,
not.
that was-
I'll tell you that.
Yeah, was that on police calls rather than?
No, it was on police calls and fire calls.
Oh, should ask the police department that. But as far
Is
as.
that being
That
enforced?
ordinance is scheduled for deletion.
Know that that's being enforced.
You get 3 a year, so.
Not happening.
I don't remember scheduling for police.
Okay, any other questions of the fire department on their budget? Fairly standard, I think.
You want to go to Capitol?
Let's go with the capital, guys, yeah, while y'all are here, and y'all can go. Chief, we got one truck coming in, one piece of equipment, I call it a truck, but it's a piece of fire apparatus, right? Okay, and we got one more scheduled for next year?
That's what the 347 is to purchase and equip. Getting some spare bottles and Scott air packs to basically replace some that are getting older. We always have to add to our library as far as just is concerned. chairman's gonna let me get one more, I wanted two.
Chief, y'all respond to y'all respond to every vehicle crash with injuries?
We do.
Yes, sir.
It's increased our
Okay, in many
call volume.
cases, y'all normally would get there about the same time or even before EMS gets there.
As of last year, 51% of our calls were medical and vehicle accidents.
Yeah,
Increased our call volume.
yeah, okay.
Are y'all being cross-trained through medical?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We do all that training in-house at the emergency medical responder level. All of our new hires are required to pass the state and national registry exams for that after hire.
Okay, any other questions? Council?
Just, the DVDs, is that the licensing for the DVDs for the training, or?
No, that's actually the cost for these DVDs. The DVD sets for the firefighting library, that's actually 35 DVDs. And it's really good training material, but a lot of the training DVDs that are built into these are the programs where we can't really do the training. It's hard to take them inside the house every day and set it on fire and do that kind of the training on it. The medical side of the DVDs, again, that's another probably 26 DVDs, and buying them individually, they're probably $250 to $350
You all capable of
each.
making these DVDs and selling them?
I wish I could, yes, sir. I'm in the wrong business. The library, the video library I have right now is probably 12 years old. It's the same videos I had when I came into training 15 years ago, actually. So we really don't even use any of the videos during our training programs now because they're so out of date. So it's something I've been working on trying to get for years. The upgrade to our training fire props is our live fire training props down at our training facility. We do a lot of live fire training within our own department as well as other departments in the region. And they're not up to the NFPA standards yet with temperature sensors to keep them from overheating and to prevent injuries and items such as that, as well as safety shut-off valves so that we can immediately shut the valves off to stop the fire in case there is something were to happen to prevent injuries.
Mayor, does each station cut their own grass, or, I noticed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I thought the city
City
did
did
that.
it.
I'll put it back in myself.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate
Thank
you.
you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Appreciate you.
Next area, Mayor, if you want to go to that, or if you're taking a break, whatever, is other public safety, which,
What about central dispatch?
that's.
Okay, yeah, let's get sent, come on up here and get you where you can go back to work.
That starts on page 33, right where fire leaves off.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Trouble she caused
I don't want you mad at me, the
Well,
look you
no.
gave the chief a
I
while
would
ago.
love
You've heard me instruct the other department heads, as far as any major
I do
changes,
not.
one way or the other.
I would love to tell you that I have major increases. However, the.
Okay, thank you for coming out.
Thank you. I do not. If there is an increase, it's going to be the employee salaries and the benefits. And hopefully, we have 3 positions available due to retirement, not due to any type of termination. It was due to retirement and due to a transfer, because as Chief Weiser tells you, not only are his people going to the state and the federal level, but my dispatchers are going to the street and becoming officers. So there again, that's just to benefit their lifestyle and move up and be able to do more. So, with that being said, I have a lot of wish lists, but I have to contain that one.
We continue to appreciate Lenondon's, really all the dispatchers. If you've ever, I should probably let your council come in if you go over there to visit, but I've been there a number of times, and it's amazing, even during the day without being there at 11 o'clock at night, the constant calls and the stress level that I see could potentially occur. So I want to give them a special nod of affirmation for what they do.
Thank you.
The strange hours they
Very
work,
underappreciated.
those people who watch the cameras 24/7. And,
The things they hear,
mhm.
Oh, I'm sure
last
that's
week,
right.
to be exact.
So any questions from the other council as far as central dispatch?
You shouldn't, Mayor, look at the capital.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I've got it up on the screen, 800,000.
$800,000 was a carryover. A carryover. And, of course, we're all aware of Mother Nature's goodwill that's provided the city of Jackson. So, being able to replace the radio system is a huge, huge history in the making for the city, and it's going to benefit for years to come, I hope, past my time.
Yep. You're right, you're right. Okay, any questions, council? If not, thank you very much,
Thank
Linda.
you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Now, why don't we just take
we're down to
other
Public
departments,
Works.
where are we?
We're down to Public Works.
Okay, let's, we have people from street and health and sanitation here, and engineering. Why don't you street department folks come on up here? Let's handle you first. And we'll be like Marilyn Monroe, who told her fifth husband, we won't keep you long.
Well, good morning.
Okay.
She only had two husbands.
Al, what page are you on for them?
It's a list.
Hey, that's right.
Actually, further back, street, SSA, starting, I guess, on page 40. Street administration, 41.
Okay, we're talking about street maintenance, street cleaning, right? Is that what y'all have? I mean, that's right, that's under health and sanitation, okay. Street maintenance? 0.33% increase in the budget,
39, and then the bulk of it is on page 40.
I think the important thing for this department, Lonnie, why don't you take just a second to explain the new contracts that we just inked with TDOT as far as mowing, since we're getting beat over the head with the bypass.
Yeah, we are.
Mowing and maintenance.
The state contracts are divided into two different contracts. The maintenance contract has not changed. It's the existing contract of $175,000.
And what does that include?
That includes all maintenance on the 5 state routes. That's not, the special mowing and litter is the I-40 and the 45 bypass. That's what's changing, that's the increase, and that's just mowing and litter 6 times a year. Our existing contract was $36,000, and we're taking over the rest of the bypass. That's the proposal. We're gonna stay the 2 miles on the interstate, which is from exit 80 to 80, or mile marker 80 to 82. And then, the bypass will be from Airways North all the way to city limits. That's an increase of $33,000 that they're gonna add to us.
Okay.
So that we can keep it clean.
Y'all aware we've had issues with the bypass, and as far as proper maintenance, all you have to do is look at it right now. We get word that what's gonna be 2 months before they.
2 weeks.
2 weeks, oh good, it's better than 2 months. Before they cut it for the first time.
Yes.
We're gonna try to get that done, hopefully, and then by that time, on the June council meeting, we will have the contracts before council for the city to maintain the bypass, through the city limits, okay? And we will maintain the bypass on whatever schedule it needs to be maintained, without tying a certain number. We're being paid for 6, aren't we?
That's correct.
Now we get 3 a
Normally,
year?
Yeah, well, they're private contractors, they would allow them 3 cycles a year. So they're gonna allow us 6.
Okay,
So that's a pretty good.
okay. That'll be on the June agenda to approve those
I
contracts.
just mow my yard 3 times a year.
We know that. We get calls about your address.
Yeah, on the interstate, you're saying we are mowing the interstate from certain mile marker, the city's doing that, or the
2
state?
miles, that's correct, from mile marker 80 to 82.
Okay, Is that gonna, when they redo the interstate, is that gonna affect that, or?
I don't think so. I think all they're gonna do is add another lane. They've shortened the distance on first phase, but I don't think it'll affect the mowing, that we do.
No, we just get the interchanges at the bypass and then the interchanges at Highland. We'll take care of all of those. I don't know that that's gonna affect it at all.
So really, nothing changes on our contract other than the fact that city will assume maintenance and cutting of the 45 bypass.
That's correct. That's the
Oh,
only, change.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any questions, Council, Street Department?
Have we increased our budget to cover that?
Have we increased our budget to cover that?
It's in the grant.
Right.
We're getting paid to cover that, right?
Yeah, the, contract increased.
We'll use the funds
from
that they
the-
pay us
from the
to
state, that-
pay our people
Right.
and pay for the diesel fuel and
Well, I
traffic.
guess my question is, they're not gonna pay us for the number of times we've gotta cut it, we gotta cut it more often. Do we need to
Well,
increase our
yeah,
budget?
we'll
to
cut
cover
it
that?
whenever it needs it. You know, I mean, you got, again, decision to make on maintaining, you know, the,
Yeah, the
Beauty
beautification
of the
part of
city,
it
the
was not
beautification part
that
of the
far
city.
off. I think we actually cut it twice more than our 6 cycles allowed, which is.
Well, we've got the equipment and the employees to do that.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So we wouldn't necessarily need to increase our budget for that then?
no.
No.
Okay, using the same. Okay, all right. Any questions, Council? Okay, thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. On the capital, what you got?
We've got one, mini excavator, addition.
Okay.
We put on an additional concrete crew, to take care of the ADA, so just about full time for us. So we have 2 machines,
Okay,
machine for that second crew.
okay. Any more equipment on there, President?
I got 2 tractors on there. I got one with a pull behind, and the other one is the tractor side winder where we just need the tractor. We got the side winder. We'll take off the old tractor, put in.
Okay.
We traded in some of our tractors, old tractors, to get a new tractor.
Okay.
So it took the price down.
Okay, so most of that's in equipment then, all your capital. Okay, any questions on capital for Street Department?
Oh, okay.
If not, thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank
Whatever,
you.
too late.
We're going in order, Mayor, planning. was
Yeah,
the
planning
first one.
shows no increase other than reimbursable planning and the MPO. Stan, you here? Yeah, let's hit those two if you would. One's 40%, the other's 11, and just see what we're getting there.
Al, what page you on?
Page 35 and 36. 35 and 36.
It starts at the bottom of 34 with the first few line items of planning, but as the mayor said, nothing's really changed in our budget. The only accounts that you might see any changes are the reimbursable accounts, that those amounts vary from the state from year to year, and there's some decreases and some increases, so that's where that changes. But again, that's state money that comes through for transportation planning.
Okay, any questions of Stan on either one of those budgets?
I got one question. You may just answered it, and I was trying to find my place here, but the professional services, we got 0 budgeted, or maybe 0 spent this year. We're budgeting $175,000 for next year.
Yeah, that's our long-range transportation plan. We have to do it every 5 years to cycle.
Okay.
So basically, it's the same amount of monies, they just get transferred between line items and work tasks. So when we go into the long-range transportation plan, we change the money over to the long-range transportation plan task line item.
Okay.
So that's why you see that increase.
Okay.
Also, we cover Keep Jackson Beautiful, the Tree Board, and Liberty Garden, and those accounts are in there too. But again, the only increases you'll see in them are monies that they anticipate, either in grants or donations, and if that money doesn't come in, then they can't spend it. So that's the only increases you see in those line items.
Okay, any questions, Stan, on any of those, departments? You got the Jackson Tree Board, Liberty Gardens,
Mr. Chairman, as it
Yep.
relates to CRA,
uh-huh.
can he give us a brief update on how we doing and
Okay,
what kind of funding we got left?
all right. First off, I'll tell you that I did check on the contaminated site we've got at Lane and Whitehall, and they tell me we're a long way from closure, because they said there was a lot more contamination than what they thought.
That's where the old service station, E.L.
Yeah,
Morgan.
Johnny Bowles, or what they call Johnny Bowles. They're gonna have to put in a system of monitoring wells and a system to kind of pull that, whatever contamination that they got out slowly over time. But they said it could be years before that site's released. It all depends on how quickly those levels come down and when they monitor the water levels. So we'll have to wait on that site. As to our other projects, the Southwest Development, residential development there on Whitehall is going forward. They've been released, got their money, and they're going forward. The retail development on Whitehall that David Hunt is developing, that building is starting to come out of the ground now. The lease space is being framed up. We are currently working on some contractual arrangements with the Huddle House. So right now we have a Huddle House planned for that retail development. We've got some lease space that one lease space is going to be taken by Dr. Melvin Wright in his dentist office as he moves from his existing location, which is going to be converted into a community center for tutoring and help in the community by Omega Psi Phi fraternity. And we've already processed that, and so that's going forward. They're still talking about David's still talking about the Bennigan, so that's still an ongoing project. It's not gonna be in cooperation with Lane, but it's still gonna go forward. So we are still looking at options for East Chester. We've been talking with a group of late that is wanting to do something, and we are in negotiations with them, and as they come forward with their proposal to do something on East Chester. We also are talking with a Hands Up group about another project on another piece of property we own between Phillips and Cartmel. So things are happening. It's just taking a little time to get all these things up and running. But we have about $900,000 left in the District 2 monies. That most of that's committed already. It just hasn't been spent.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Then we got it over 2 million.
Yeah, each.
400,000 plus from
Yeah.
the city, so
Right.
it comes out to 2 million.
Yeah, we've got about $300,000 left of the local money, and it's in the process of being somewhat committed. It's still kind of fluid, and the federal money, like I said, we've got about $900,000 of it left, but most of that is committed. So we're committing the money. It just takes a while to get these contracts signed and get the projects going and start spending the money.
Thank you.
Mayor, did you want to talk any about the civic master plan or any of those? Are you going to?
You may indicate where those numbers are in the budget as far as our committee who's working on that.
Okay. I saw there's one listing for the Trails Greenway piece. It's in the capital side, and it's $50,000 to. Yeah, and the other money's in the municipal development. The civic master plan going forward, we've got an action committee that's responsible for the implementation. They have chosen 4 priorities right now, with a 5th priority that they've talked about, and we're supposed to be looking into. But the 4 priorities we have right now are: there's a feasibility study for the Arena Convention Center, to look at that as an option, see if that's feasible for Jackson, what form it might take, how it relates to our existing facilities. So, that thing has been talked about and kicked around so long, we just feel like it's time to just do a feasibility study and see if it's something we need to consider or something we need to put aside and go move forward in doing something else. So we've got a firm that we have talked with that are very well versed in arenas and convention centers and doing successful projects and management, and we'll be going forward with that firm to see about how that applies to Jackson. So that's one of the items. Second item is our zoning regulation rewrite. That was one of the number first priorities in our civic master plan, because the only way you can see your developments take the form you want them to take is to have regulations that match that. So zoning ordinance we've got now is started in 1967 and it's kind of been cobbled together over time. So we're going to be updating that and revamping it, and we'll be rolling it out with public hearings and talking with the development community and coming up with a document that the community can support and live with. So that's the second priority. Third priority is the Trailways Trails and Greenways piece, and we've been blessed to have the HUD resiliency grants to come down the pike, and one of the components of that HUD resiliency grant that you've seen in the paper is that there'll be a Greenway Trails piece to that. And so our Bemis leg, which is the using the railroad right-of-way from downtown all the way to Bemis, that is part of that HUD resiliency grant, and we'll see that project go forward in the near future. There's another piece to that HUD resiliency grant that will be talked about later. It's still in the works, but that will help us. The $50,000 we've got in there right now, we're going to use it to doing some additional design work on trying to get a connection from the Bemis Trail over through the fairgrounds and across the TWRA property and tie in with Shirley Mercer Park and then Centennial, and do that leg to get that piece. And this money is mostly design and some signage. We want to do some signage because as a component of this, we're going to form a Greenways trail system for all of Jackson. We're going to establish that, and then we'll sign it, and so people will know where that is and how it, what features make up that. And because I think that's important for Jackson, getting that network in place. The last item is we're going to be looking at the Jackson Central Mary Oman Arena area with JCM building and looking at that site going forward. We're going to be looking at options for redeveloping that area and how that'll play into Lane's gateway into their campus and Lane Avenue. So we'll be going to looking some of that going forward. The only other piece is the committee has talked about, and we keep getting more and more complaints and more interest in looking again at this renter inspection process, because we have people living in very substandard rental properties, and I've talked with some of these residents, and they are just, they just don't have very much leverage with landlords. A lot of times the landlord tells them, well, if you don't like it, just get out. And that's usually the way it works, and sometimes these houses are in very, very poor shape, and this renter inspection will at least get us to a standard of maintenance. I'm not talking about Taj Mahal. I'm talking about the standard things where your roof doesn't leak all the time, you ain't got mold, your toilets aren't falling through the floor, the things that you would like to see in a standard of living for our renters. So that's something we're going to be looking into. We've looked into it before, but really we want to start on the residential side, and then maybe in the future we'll look at commercial. But residential seems to be our biggest problem, because some of these houses just don't need to be rented. They're just not in a condition to be rented, and either the person needs to bring them up to standard, or we need to put them in the hands of somebody that will, or we need to get them demolished because they don't need to be lived in anyway. So we'll be looking at that too.
How far along with that, I guess?
Huh?
How far along with that?
We just, at the last action committee meeting, we talked about the importance of that. So we're just now starting that. And it'll just be coming up with a system that we can manage, because the worst thing to do would be able to create the regulations and create the process, and then not have a system that will produce the inspections and and the results that we want. So that's the process that we need to determine is what will work for Jackson and what we can manage and get good results out of.
Yeah, I think we appointed a committee to get started on that, so
Yes.
they're actually up and running, working on it at least.
I think that's
Stand
well
on the-
intended, well intended. Yes.
I will. Also included in the zoning rewrite is we bundled the Parks and Rec master plan. The Parks and Rec master plan was done, the last one I worked on with you was like in 2000 some odd. It was early 2000s, and so it's been some time since we've really updated that. And so we bundled that because we could get better pricing to do the zoning rewrite and the Parks and Rec master plan. So we will be doing those. We'll start those with the new budget year, and they'll go through 2 budget years. We'll have basically half of the money will be in this budget, and then there'll be the balance of it will be finished up in next year's budget. But those will be good because we're going to be taking Parks and Rec just like we did with the One Jackson plan and looking at Jackson as a whole, determining what the public and the community wants, and looking how we can accomplish the facilities that meet the demands of our growing population. So,
The 4 or 5 areas you're talking about as far as budgeting is concerned, we've incorporated that in this year's budget, have we
yes,
not? Okay.
we have. And we will, now the JCM, we really haven't budgeted anything for that yet because we don't know really where that's going to go. And the renter assistance or the renter inspection process, we haven't got anything budgeted for that because it's really so early. But you know, if we show good progress, which I feel like we will, in next year's budget, we'll be looking at whatever additional expenses would be incurred by starting that inspection service and going forward with it.
Sam, do you know the total amount budgeted in this budget for implementation of the 200,000 for the implementation of some of the recommendations in One Jackson? Okay.
Okay, 50,000, repeat those numbers again.
So a total of 200,000 going into planning for the growth of the city for the next 20 years.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And in speaking and listening to Stain, I just would like to see a legal opinion formed with respect to these schools, and listening to Mr. LaFoon. I thought the original, signings that when they cease being schools, that they go back to the city. Maybe we can sell those buildings and see what we can do with it, if we can get a legal opinion, like we did West Jackson. Maybe we can get those schools back in our system. And I know it's legalities, and we need a legal opinion, but I think that was the original agreement.
Sam, we can do that, can't we? Get a city attorney to give us a legal opinion on all the city schools that are being turned back? Okay.
Because I hear the school board talking about,
Okay.
I hear the school board talking about they want to sell them. I don't think they have the right. Yeah. But I would like to see it go back to the city, go back in our coffin like the landfill did, and we can use that money to decrease our debt and do some things we need to do.
Okay. Any other questions of Stan while he's here? Council? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Okay. Let's see. Now, hold up a
Building
second.
department on page.
Okay, there's no increase there. Tom, are you here? Do you have any questions? He's right there. If not, you keep your seat. No increase? Thank you, Tom. Under housing codes, no increase. Now, if y'all do have a question now for Tom, please let me know.
And on the capital, I just had one truck.
Okay, got one vehicle in this capital.
Next area is really gonna be Scott's.
Thank you, Tom.
Stormwater management and engineering.
Kind of cheated, isn't it?
Scott, come on up and kind of
You're not as lucky.
Yeah.
Go on and sit down.
Well, you, we always have questions for Scott. Okay. Scott, how many budgets you got, you gonna present? You got engineering?
6 in operating, and then a couple in capital. too.
We start on page 38, is that right?
Yes, yep, page 38, starts street lighting
Pick out,
budget.
once you pick out those items that are way up, way down.
Yeah, we've got, so the first one on page 38 is our street lighting budget. Unfortunately, this budget is a continual, on a continual rise, and it's not something that, really we can cut unless we want to turn the lights, street lights off in the city. So with new developments that come in, we do collect a streetlight fee, which offsets some of that cost for the initial couple of years. But overall, that's an increase to energy each year. We do authorize additional lighting throughout the year because in the past, I don't think we've had as much street lighting as what a lot of the public demands these days. And so looking at the lighting levels, we do add some throughout the year as well. We've also done some LED projects which will save us on some energy, but on the plant cost that JA charges us for basically leasing the lights when they put them up, the cost for them to buy them and install them, those contribute to the increase in that budget as well. So it's kind of a slow rise, but it is a large budget. So I think the last 2 years we've kept the budget basically the same. And so this year we project it to go over budget some, and so we're trying to accommodate that.
Yeah, I didn't know if Scott was the person I need to talk to or Tony, but we've got, some kids playing T-ball at Melissa's in the dark. We've got some
That'd be
lighting,
Tony.
yeah. that'd be
Yeah, I mean-
Tony,
Already handling
yeah.
that, already.
Yeah, we already
Yeah,
taken it.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, our account's supposed to be pretty clean in terms of street lighting. And actually, the city and JA now are partnering to have a survey done so that we can kind of make sure that there's no security lights that we're paying for as street lights and vice versa. We want an accurate count of what the city's supposed to be paying for and what we're not. I don't know that it'll make a whole lot of difference, light per light. It'll just depend. Either JA is gonna lose a little or the city's gonna lose a little, one or the other. So we're anxious to see what the count is. On page 39 then, we have stormwater management. That's not the construction crew, that's Wendy Ryan and the management of the stormwater program, which the bulk cost of that is her salary. She does a lot of the educational requirements that's required by TDEC and the state because we're an MS4 city that has to have a stormwater program set up. And so just to refresh your memories, that's Wendy's job, and a lot of the cost there goes into her advertising and her operating supplies needed to keep in compliance with the state on that. And that budget didn't go up, it actually went down 1% or 2%. And then we skip a couple pages to page 43. Which starts the 43, gets started and then finishes on 44, the traffic sign department. We did have a 10% increase in that budget. We asked for that because we have a 2018 mandate to increase the size of the lettering on all our overhead signs in the city. And so we've divided that up over a two-year period. Since we have 2 years to meet compliance, and we're going to hire a contractor to install those overhead signs. So that's the reason for that 10% increase. We're also going into the neighborhoods that have had ornamental signs that we've tried hard to work with neighborhood associations to maintain their ornamental post. And we're, I guess, being good neighbors, we want to make sure that the street name signs are in compliance. Now, the post we don't mess with. We either get with the homeowners association and they upgrade their post, or we tell them we've got to take their post down if they come to a point of disrepair. But in doing that, we do supply them a stop sign, which we always keep those changed out anyway. And then the black and white street name signs that are different from our green and white, we've kind of tackled several neighborhoods, and we've had a spike in the amount of street name signs we've replaced. But we've got a lot of neighborhoods looking well, and I think they are real appreciative of getting those done. A lot of those signs were initially kind of hand painted and may have been in cursive letters, and just wasn't reflective at all. So they were out of compliance, and we've helped them come up in compliance on those.
Scott, if you have any situation in my district like that, I've got several, homeowner association. If you just let me know, I'll be glad to.
We are, one of the things we changed in our office, when people call into for whether it's stormwater questions or traffic sign questions or paving questions, we've started to ask them if they're in a neighborhood and do they know their homeowner's president. Because if we're just making cold calls trying to figure out, sometimes it's hard to find who it is, and they change on occasion, so it's hard to track those people down sometimes. If we take a sign down, though, that's ornamental, usually we find out if there is one.
Pretty quick.
All right, the next one, we have an increase too, that's pretty big. Traffic signalization, 36% increase. We've been back and forth with JA. JA does all our signal maintenance. They have a guy that is approaching retirement, and we're going to be needing to add, because of the number of signals we have, we're needing to add some personnel to help him, and he's going to also be kind of training his replacement. And so the increase here is basically a full-time salary for a signal technician. We'll be adding him now as an additional person, and then when this other guy retires, they'll rehire again. So we need 2 or 3 people that's designated, and that's what JA has, one full-time person and then some part-time help. I say part-time help, they're full-time employees, but they do some stuff for JA, and then they do some work that gets billed to our signal system when they work on that per hour. And there's been some discussion about the possibility of us hiring this person, but me and Sam are going to have to meet with them to determine if they work for us, they're still going to utilize JA's equipment and trucks and that kind of thing. I guess we're going to sit down and figure out what's best, if it's going to be cheaper for us to hire a person here to utilize their equipment, or have them work for JA and basically answer to us. So, but the budget should be the same either way.
What's the contractual services increase in that department also?
It is. One thing, basically that repair and maintenance line items, with a new person, we've discussed the amount of maintenance that's needed across all our signals. And one thing's been talked about is some of the routine stuff that they can do can be handled with their personnel. But with JA's overhead rates and everything that applies, it's actually sometimes cheaper, instead of designating 2 more JA employees to tackle something for 100 signals, it'd actually be cheaper to go and contract out and just pay whatever the minimum bid is to have a signal contractor do those efforts. So it's just a way to balance out whether we're going to have JA personnel work on something or contractual services work on something. We want the cheapest price, obviously. All right, from there we have the engineering, actual engineering. Well, no, wait a minute, let's see. Got my pages, yeah. Starting on 44 and then Moving on to 45, we have the engineering budget, which is down 1%, so we've actually shifted some stuff around and decreased that budget. Following that, our last one is our stormwater operations. That is our construction crew for stormwater. We've got a 21% increase with that, mainly because we keep having, we're projected to go over budget this year in the neighborhood of $200,000. I could list off the projects here that has come up. We've got a lot of metal culverts that continue to cave in, jump up at us.
Those were installed in 1996. They have a guarantee of 20 years, and this is 2016.
That's exactly right. And so I think we were over, maybe not hardly as bad last year. We did fund some capital money to go toward some big projects like this once before. But this is a way basically we increased this budget. I think the number was 200,000. But it allows us to increase our building materials line item, because as these come up, the biggest expense a lot of time is the purchase of the pipe, of the rock to backfill it, or any catch basins that need to be replaced. And so it just allows us to handle these kind of projects and stay within budget instead of seeing a big increase in over budget each year. Now that concludes the operating. You got it pulled up yet? I think it's on page 1, but it's in the middle of my packet, so. Same thing here, on the capital side, stormwater management, that would be a replacement vehicle for Wendy. She has had 2 Blazers that I'm pretty sure we have already spent $21,000 on in the last 4 to 5 years, trying to keep both of them running. She drives one when one's working, drives another one when the other one's working. So we've put in to have a new SUV purchased so that it's more reliable. The other 2 just giving us a lot of problems. We have the street resurfacing projects. That's 2.2 million of new funds. We did not turn in a rollover, but we're currently paving. And if you see any change on this, it will likely be a projected rollover once I know some definite figures before the next hearing. We're trying to get the money in this year's budget spent, but we're thinking that we may have some rollover to do.
Mr. Chandler, with respect to the Royal project, is that in this figure here?
You're referring to the sidewalk project.
Yeah,
We do, I think it's been committed to you that out of that 2.2 million, instead of contracting out a sidewalk project that we've been working on Royal Street, to basically save money and contractor expenses, we've committed to paying for the concrete, the material cost out of that capital money for the crew within the street department to work along Royal Street and pour sidewalks on the west side between Lane Avenue and Forest Avenue.
Is that still design, and
It's
we're gonna have to get any right of way?
We are. We're probably gonna. We're right to the point of writing the descriptions, and we can get started buying the property. We're actually, if we started on the Lane end, there's several properties we could work north on before we ever even buy the first property that we need an easement or right of way from. So we can do that while we get started.
And that's from Lane to Forest?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we're reducing the cost by doing it with the in-house people. I think we talked about maybe $200,000 or $280,000 being the cost of materials, when the original project to do was in the neighborhood of $650 to $750. to hire somebody to do it. Do I need to speak on the roundabout and the state projects? Stan did mention those. The Highland at Dedrick is the roundabout project. It's 100% reimbursable. And that'll move to construction this year. It's $2,284,266. So that's for that project.
So there's still no cost to the city on that, that's all?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. And we've been told, as the project cost has moved up, that the state will match whatever the increase is. I guess that's so we've been comfortable that it's 100%, I guess.
Our only
Hopefully they'll-
expense is our time, your time, and.
That's right.
We don't get
In
reimbursed for
managing the
that.
project, right.
So when that project start? Do they have a start date or is it still?
I don't know the projected start date, but it should be within this budget year. Mayor, do you remember?
We're on roundabout.
Yeah, we probably
Okay,
have.
This budget year, yeah.
I think we're trying to have it out for bid by September of this year.
I think they're in property acquisition now.
Yeah.
To buy a used car, a lot of y'all need a used car.
We're gonna have I-40 in the bypass,
Right,
major disruption,
Right.
and a roundabout.
that's right.
Possibly going at the same time.
Better if you can go by air.
Possibly.
Across the city, it would be better.
Isn't, is it gonna
Make
cost the city
encourage
for the
that.
statue of Sam we're gonna put in the middle of that roundabout? Just kind of the-
Statue of Sam?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the middle of the roundabout.
They're gonna be made of gold or bronze?
It had to be gold.
Yeah, it had to be gold for Sam.
Okay. All right, any questions of Scott?
Yeah,
While you're
Scott.
there? Okay.
You know, the recent grant that the county has gotten for some flooding issues, and they're gonna use it, I think Cane Creek may be one of the places they're targeting. Do you know anything about that? If we'll have any input into that?
That's through FEMA, being administered by the West Tennessee River Basin Authority, and there's roughly $2 million or roughly $2 million inside the city
Yeah.
for drainage improvements inside the city. I don't know when that will start. I think the projects are moving fairly quickly. They're kind of like us. We're having to get property easements and descriptions and some engineering done before that's handled.
Our main involvement's been that if there's any in-kind work that they might can apply, our stormwater operations crew, if we do anything significant in any areas near where they're claiming, I'm supposed to basically just get in touch with them and let them know the money we've spent. So they're hoping as this progress moves that we might could claim some of the efforts that we'd make toward an in-kind match for that grant.
Well, I'm hoping that Cane River will be in it. Of course, we have flooding issues all over the city, I know that. But that's just become increasingly more and more of a problem, and we've got a farmer now that loses his crops every year due to it. And then, of course, the people that have to be evacuated. And I've understood, and I may be wrong in this, that our hands have kind of been tied on drudging Cane Creek because of some state regulations. but-
One thing that's been discussed several times.
the creek, not the river.
It's been brought back up is on Hick Street, there's a dead-end
Right.
road that the farmer has access to the fields
That's
and
right. That's
property
the one I'm talking
elsewhere.
about. Mhm.
And the River Basin's hoping we could get state approval to basically take that bridge
Bridge
out,
down. Mhm.
which is a clog point. Everything comes and sands backs up around that bridge and it's not being used.
Mhm.
That's something we could claim as in-kind. It will be an expense to us, but hopefully we could do the majority of that with our stormwater department and the equipment that we
Yeah.
have.
Well, I'm hoping that would be one of your priorities. That would be great.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I will probably have to bring something before y'all to get that abandoned, which you'll
To get
probably
the
see.
bridge down.
Yeah,
Mhm.
see pretty soon.
Okay.
Now, the F.E. Wright project, the money you see there gets us through the right-of-way phase of the project, but the construction money's not in there yet. You'll see that
Is that
in a future
construction
budget.
money, are we thinking that's gonna be not next budget year, but the following year?
I think we're thinking it's gonna be in the next budget year. There's discussion about phasing that project though, because it's an 80-20 split, and the 80% comes from our STP funds, which is paying for a
Roundabout.
portion of Highland and Dedrick and other projects that we're doing. And so we're probably gonna phase that project, which will reduce our city portion we'll need at one time, but it'll still be a pretty substantial amount.
And that's gonna be about 2 million for the city, with the city low on that?
I think that's right.
Okay. And we're looking, that's gonna be the 17-18 fiscal year.
That's correct.
Okay.
First phase.
First phase, yeah, be the first phase of it. So it will likely be, maybe $1 million match with a 80-20 for phase one, and then a following year do an additional, as we gain our STP funds, for
We
the
gotta wait on
state
the
side.
STP fund.
Yes, we get roughly $1 million a year, and this is I think it came in at like a $10 to $12 million project, which, 20%, that's where you get your $2.5 million,
Okay.
split. So we can't handle all of that at one time.
But the total will be about 2 million.
Mhm.
That's what the city's share will be about 2 million.
Yeah, that's right, overall.
On the Highland Avenue sidewalk project, the city's match, is that for construction or is that for land acquisition right away?
It's
Or all of the above?
It's all of the above. We've been working with the state, because that project was initially right at $1 million grant. The project's over budget because of extending some box culverts and the amount of dirt work needed to build the territory out to put the sidewalk on. The state has offered an additional $200,000 I think it's actually transit money, to help us, but then we still have to increase our amount to balance it out. But it's not as good a deal, I guess, as originally thought with the grant, but it's gonna be a very expensive project no matter how we do it.
Yeah,
So
the
it's $1
maximum
million.
grant was $1 million, it could have been projected to be a $4 million project, I was gonna get $1 million.
That's right,
And
or not
it
get
is.
funded at all.
Or not
So, I
do
mean,
it. So,
Said 200,000, is that gonna be, we have to do something before we get that additional 200,000?
I can't remember exactly how.
It's gonna kick in some federal guidelines, which I
I think
Which
we're going to have
not
to
good,
back up
but
a little and
there'll
do
be
some
some-
additional environmental work. But yeah,
Okay.
and that's projected to be in phases too.
not at this point. We couldn't find a way
Well,
to.
phases mean from one budget year to the next budget.
Yes, yeah.
That's my phase.
In terms of phasing, we don't think the full amount of the project will have to be expended in this next budget
Yeah.
year. And so that, the mayor and we all talked about needing a certain amount, and we don't need it all at once. And so, in terms of phasing, that's what he's talking about. The last, I guess the last one would be the stormwater operations.
Yeah, what's the deal with those sheep we're purchasing?
So,
What's the deal with those sheep we're purchasing? Are they to eat the grass on the side of the road?
that's that little knobby drum that they call a sheep's foot roller. I guess that's the same as that's the same as maybe old time where that come from is a herd of sheep stomping over the ground or something. But for all of our pipes that we're replacing, we have been renting basically a remote control roller compactor to pack the ground down. And the cost to rent it, since we're doing more and more of these projects, I think we've already bought one nearly in rental. And so we talked with Sam and asked him, hey, instead of renting another one and buying another one in rent, why don't we purchase one of these? And so that's the sheep foot roller for $12,000, and then the excavator is an additional excavator. We have a Bobcat excavator that is fairly old, has had a lot of hours on it, a lot of maintenance done to it, and so it's basically getting another excavator to replace that one. Yeah, and on the next page, you have page 6.
Yeah. Capital
I've got
budget,
it right
page
here.
6.
it says page 6, but I don't know how.
Yeah, that's the next page after we
Yeah.
had things.
Okay. It's, basically, we have 320,000, let's see, 160,000 is rolling over from this year, with a request for additional 160,000. In that, what we have done, instead of, replacing, in a lot of places where the pavement is in, a little bit rough shape for, loop detectors, we have been able to, start installing some video detection, at these intersections that we've had a lot of trouble out of with having to go cut new loops repeatedly. The video detection equipment is more expensive to put in the cabinet, but once it's in the cabinet, you basically draw digital zones to detect traffic. So there's nothing actually in the pavement at that point to be tore up. It's all digitally done. It looks at pixels as you drive into its window. The video detects the cars that way. And so we're upgrading several of our intersections that's had continuous trouble, especially on the bypass, when you have to get out in the middle of 45 bypass to cut signal loops. It's not just the expense of the loops itself, but the traffic control to have to manage traffic while you're doing that. Put video in, you can watch and detect and fix your issues from the side of the road instead of right in the middle of the road. So that's what that's for.
Okay, any questions from council on this, Scott? Thank you, sir.
This question is probably for Stan, but you probably can answer it. On the Greenway walking trails, we've got $50,000 in the budget there. I thought that was gonna be paid for by that grant. Okay, I thought that was gonna be paid by that grant we received. Is that gonna be addition to whatever the grant pays?
What was the question, ma'am? Sorry.
No, I figure you weren't listening.
I'm sorry, I was
I
busy
said
in another conversation.
In there, we've got the Greenway walking trails, $50,000 budget.
Mhm.
I thought that was gonna be paid for by that grant we received, the big grant. Or is that something, is that the difference?
No, I think the 50,000 that's there would be for some initial construction, for example, the trail in Bemis, across the railroad right of way, and some perhaps maybe in the north.
Okay,
If
okay,
they
because the
acquired
grant,
property.
the grant did that certain area then, and then we've got the
Exactly.
trails there, it'll be a lot.
Exactly, be outside that grant area, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any other questions? Scott?
That's
Okay,
all
Bev.
for Public Works unless they want to address the garage. I know Rodney's here for that.
Let's see, garage, where is it? Okay, 3.79%, that's about a $16,000 increase. Anybody have any questions, any council, for the city garage?
So only question is, my usual question is, how are we doing as far as allocating out all the garage expenses? Are we still about the same as what we were last year? As far as getting all the garage expenses allocated out to the department? 20. Okay, now, I'm asking if all of the garage expenses are being allocated out to the departments that you're fixing the vehicles for?
Sam's saying no.
About what percentage?
Saying no, but they have increased the hourly rate that they're charging.
Okay. Yeah, I still wish we would do that somehow or another, where we know what our actual expenses are for the various departments for maintenance, repair and maintenance for the vehicle.
So on any parts for any vehicles, those parts are charged carrying to the department, right?
They are.
Okay, so the labor's gone up, Rodney's gone up on the labor to $20 and whatever, 50 cents per hour for the labor, which is also charged to the department. Right?
That increase will take effect July 1.
July 1, okay.
Right now, it's $18.75.
I got you, okay. Okay, any other questions as far as the garage operations? Okay, let's move forward.
Next is
Thank you, Rodney.
recreation with Tony.
Recreation Parks.
Starts on page 47.
I didn't yarn this day, so it's inside.
Okay, have you heard my directions, to the other people?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But I do need to make a point about
there'll probably be a correction. South Jackson's, employee benefit was zeroed out and it shouldn't have been, so it'll be probably about, roughly $15,000.
Okay, I noticed that.
The increases that I do have primarily are in two departments, the large increases, park maintenance, groundskeeping. Both of those are related to employees. Park maintenance, we've got a new superintendent, and he did an assessment, and what we felt was appropriate is that the city's expanding, facilities expanding, so we're gonna add two full-time people in park maintenance. When someone goes on vacation, that really puts us behind, and then a lot of work we do at the Sportsplex and other places require a lot of time, and so it tends to back us up in other areas, so that's there. And then in groundskeeping, those are seasonal workers, additional seasonal workers that are required during the months of April up to about November. So those are increases that primarily we'll be making. Those are the bulk of the increases. And then outside of that, it has a separate operation, but the farmer's market had an increase in the salary line, and that was put there. So those are the increases. And you got some questions regarding those or any other items you see?
Couple questions. I'm on page 52, under utilities for whichever department that is.
52.
Yeah, page 52, for Children's Civic Center. Looks like we spent year-to-date $128,000 in utilities.
For the Civic Center?
No, that's not page 52. Utilities on 52
I don't
is
have,
117,000.
who is that for? For who? That's not me. Civic Center is not me.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Civic Center.
Okay, yeah, okay. Civic Center's not you then, okay. You're not Miss Tennessee pageant either. are you?
No.
Okay.
Now, this is his capital sheet here, if we want to talk about that.
Yeah.
You know, Tony, I was just wondering about Melissa's school and all that playground equipment they've got.
Melissa School?
Melissa's school, and of course, it's gonna be closed, and as far as we know, and all the playground equipment they have, I guess the school system bought that playground equipment, and they may decide to do something with it, but.
Let me explain to you about playground equipment. That's-
But I just thought it'd be nice to add to the equipment we've got at the Melissa's
Yes,
Park, the
but
playground
there-
park. But-
Even though the school system has done that with the Bemis equipment, because the parents paid for it and they didn't want to relinquish it, safety regulations by the National Playground Safety Institute, basically once the playground's embedded, and you're talking about cutting it up and removing it, you're gonna have some issues with safety. And so we tend to not
do that.
not do
Well,
that
we
or
would like to
accept any that's
request
been.
that we have some additional
Yeah, I
playground equipment at
understand.
Melissa's Park. I was trying to save us a little money there.
Because
Yeah.
it really,
Yeah.
I
can understand
It
that.
affects
Yeah.
the height, the stuff.
Right.
They do it, but that's something that
Right.
we recommend it not to do by the
Okay.
national.
You think we might could get some additional playground equipment at the Melissa's?
Yeah, okay, that would be looked at. And also
Okay.
mention about the lighting at the
Right.
T-ball field.
Right.
We are addressing that and some other issues that's brought to my attention.
Thank you.
My capital, on the recreation, I'll be honest, I held off. I did request a vehicle. The car I drive has 160,000 miles, and he's probably gone. And it has a rebuilt transmission. It was bought used, so that there is something that I requested. In athletics, let me make a correction. On the post-tension tennis courts, we initially asked for 4, but it's actually going to be 2, because they are 40,000 each. So that's not for 4. 80 is for 2. We have 2 courts in Conner, and people are still playing at Conner that we have completely closed off for them not to use because of the cracking. So we're going to replace those with a post-tension concrete that's like at the new ones where they don't crack. So, PR White, the restrooms need an upgrade. We did the lower level where people rent, but 2 restrooms upstairs for participants. Councilman Dodds over there frequently is counting. It's still original Union University stuff from 1960. Westwood basic stuff, we have to refinish the floors every couple of years. Carpet in the game room that is needed. And then in South Jackson, we have some folding tables she's requested. She's doing a lot of work there, and a lot of activities out there. Cycle growth, that's just a freezer for our rats that we feed the birds. It's old and it's about to break down, so we need that. Of course, the Bemis Development Park, rolling that over, continuing. I think they removed the tower.
Right.
Is
One that
it-
was recommended be removed.
Are the rats or what called raptor food? I mean, what is rat?
Raptor food.
That's rats?
Rats, yeah.
They come in frozen?
Come in
They
frozen.
do.
Come in frozen. We used to have to make runs to get them, but now they ship.
Had to put them in the
We can't
microwave and warm
catch
them
any
up.
out there?
Huh?
Can't catch any?
There are actually companies that produce rats for laboratory, research, and they give us the surplus.
Okay, would you repeat what you said about the, about the Bemis Memorial Park? I missed
the
that.
individual that were 2 feasibility studies about, there were really some concerns about the safety of the towers. And they looked at both of them and recommended that one is really in good shape, we just need to reinforce it. The other one, which was the far west one, wasn't on both for it. So it's taken, it's already.
Yeah,
done.
right. Now,
Now he's hired an individual, another contractor to help get the buildings down. Unfortunately, it's just
Yeah.
one guy with a backhoe in the truck.
I know.
You've seen,
I know,
see it every
and
day.
it's,
I know.
I understand about that. The cost of repairing the water tower that we're going to keep, will that cost come out of your department, or will that cost come out of, I think we have some set aside for the park itself?
Probably out of the capital.
Okay.
Probably come out of.
Projected, what, Sam, 37 million, then they decided the asbestos, I mean, the
37
paint was
million?
probably, no, 37,000.
Okay, thank you. He said million.
Okay, okay.
That's not, we can't get it insured, it's probably
Yeah, I understand, I understand.
Anyway, there's FTML sending some
Yeah.
specials down here.
Right.
For the insurance price.
You better not.
Okay. Then at Forest Hill, as a part of our completing some of the redoing of Forest Hill, the basketball court is an integral part of that park. The young men and the kids play on it every day. And when it was built, it was really beautiful. It was aesthetic, and the trees gave them shade and all of that. But those pine tree roots have just literally grown under the court and buckled it up. So we are recommending replacing that one and moving it out. It unfortunately won't be any shade, but we're gonna remove it and put it out and make it really nice for the kids there.
But you will plant some trees that grow up in 2 or 3 years.
Well, it may not grow up in 3 years, but we're gonna look at all of that.
All right.
Because it is really shady where it's at, but the roots have just, and they're still playing on it, and you can go and look and see the waves of where it buckles. So, started out on the ends, but now it's out in the middle of the court, so, but they still play. And the finished product, people are using it, picnicking, so it's good. The depot, he's just asking for a few items, nothing major there. The tennis center, which is the indoor tennis center, we've been having leaks continuously on the roof, and we've got a maintenance, Kirk looked at something and tried something and it worked, and so we're going to do the entire roof with that to keep it from leaking. And inside, we're going to put up new installation. If those of you who've been in there, it looks a terrible mess from where the balls have hit, punched holes in the wall. So it's going to be repaired and fixed with the proper type of insulation that won't, the balls won't punch it. Park maintenance is asking for another high roof cargo van. We've got some old trucks, and what this helps us with is securing our tools and equipment. They've got one ordered for this year. And if you see a lot of the plumbing trucks that you see around town now, the companies have a Ford van where you can walk up into it and you can get your equipment out and keep it out of rain. So that's what that's for. And we think that'll be good. We've got a Liberty Garden gazebo is coming into Liberty Garden. That's been approved, and it's a nice addition to that park. Also, I just make note, we did apply for a grant of about $125,000 to widen the trail at Liberty Garden, and the Recreation Educational Service Department emailed me, and they will be visiting West Tennessee to visit sites. And of course, I'm on the Trail Way Council, and I told him what I need to see him. He said, I can't tell you, but I'm kind of confident we'll get the grant, just from past experience. So that will hopefully help out too. And we won't have to, that's a reimbursable grant where we match that y'all voted for earlier. It's a 80-20 match. In groundskeeping, those are the two, one additional front mower, and then the two large mowers are two riding mowers that are wide cut mowers. And then
Tony,
farmers-
not to back up, but the
Yeah.
gazebo, does Liberty Gardens not already have a large gazebo?
That's the gazebo up front. This is the one that's gonna be in the back, back in the, if I look in the north,
Veterans Memorial, isn't it?
the Veterans Memorial, yeah. The
Okay.
gazebo up front is a small gazebo.
Okay.
People do weddings, but this was gonna be a real top of the line, nice.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
say so.
And it's a park that's used
Quite a bit.
quite a bit. Then farmer's market, just looking at really larger item, is the grill service window. You may have questions about the grill service window, $8,500. Well, the small grill has a small window on the north side, but during those concerts and other events, it was recommended that we knock out that west wall and put in a nice service window where you could see the people working and that type thing, and it's requiring us to move some electrical stuff and moving some things. So that would be an asset when they have those park concerts, and I think it will probably help the grill to sell more product. Any questions? Okay.
Before you get away, I got a question on the revenue end, which we didn't cover that. I'm on page 8, I guess, for the revenue.
Okay.
On the athletics revenue, we collected $34,000 year-to-date. We're budgeting $70,000. Is there something different that's gonna happen in athletics?
Yeah, because they're getting ready to register soccer,
Did I do what?
register soccer for the fall.
Okay, so we still got that coming up. We just
That's
don't have
coming
it.
up. That
Okay.
will start in June.
All right,
Yeah,
same
they will
question on TR White Sportsplex.
Yeah.
We've collected $6,000 year-to-date. We're budgeted $34,000.
Well, when you get a report, I don't know if it's been updated, we just registered for our camp, so that should be an increase there. I don't know how.
Okay, so we got current year revenue probably that we had received. We
Yeah,
weren't receiving.
that's
Okay.
definitely.
His is a timing problem.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought that might be what it
Yeah,
was. I didn't-
yeah.
That's
And-
two things that just got flagged.
Yeah,
in.
at soccer,
Okay.
when they come, that'll kick that up.
Okay.
Before the second reading, though, we need to change that, service window to $11,500, and that's the last number you got.
For the service one,
It's in here at 8,500, but I thought it was up there. We can make a change before the second reading.
I'll check, but I wasn't aware of that one.
You see anything?
This one was yesterday.
I'll check on it.
It's every day, we talking
Okay, council, any other questions or comments for Tony? Is he here? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you all.
Tony?
Kathleen, can we get Kathleen next, and then we'll go into public buildings? Come on up here,
She's not
cause
in
we,
the general fund, but we can get her.
yeah, we can get her, send her on her way.
You did
Get her
patiently
back on the
wait.
job. Need to get her back on the job.
Thank you.
Okay, that's in the special funds, right? Health and sanitation.
So you don't wanna do the public service complex? Anybody have any
Yeah,
questions about that?
go over your, and see if anybody has any questions on the end of this other stuff.
All right, which page are we on?
38 for the public service complex.
Ma'am,
38.
38? Oops. Right section.
Increased roughly 5,000 on that particular budget. Do you have any questions? Okay, what's next, Kathleen?
H&S, which starts on 21.
Okay.
And other funds.
Other funds.
Other funds? Which one are we on?
They're not in order when you get to the funds, you gotta find page
Yeah, they're
21.
not.
It's like page 69, page 20, page 84.
Yep. It's right after page 70.
Keep you all guessing.
Which fund is what my question was?
Other funds.
Other funds.
Other
health and
funds.
sanit-
But in the other funds, which fund?
Health and sanitation.
Okay, thank you.
Kathleen, would you just give us a quick overview of that particular fund or department?
Well, we are
It's health and
going
sanitation,
forward
solid waste
with the
management.
animal care
That always confuses me.
center, which is gonna increase the section that has been considered animal control. That is if we're approved to have that expenditure in H&S.
Okay, one question I do have on that, on the, I'm on page 21, I guess, State Street reimbursement for sweeping.
That's, we assumed the sweeping responsibility from the street department last year. And so they are allocating us $130,000 to be reimbursed for that activity.
Okay, was that mid-year we did it last year, or do we have it all of last year?
We had it all of last year.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm looking at is our expense last year was or year-to-date, $68,000.
Well, we haven't gotten it all yet,
Uh,
before the end of this year. Then we will project that much next year.
Okay, so we do more sweeping in the next couple of months than we normally do throughout the year?
Remember, state revenue stay 2 months behind. This is the state revenue. State revenue.
Okay.
Just like
I think I was
sales
adding
tax.
too much, I didn't get that much. Anyways, y'all comfortable with 130,000 then? That's what you'll, okay.
Kathleen, now, our new contract with Waste Management kicks in July 1.
August 1.
August 1. And obviously, we're going to be paying more than we're paying right now, but we have not increased our garbage rates for residential or commercial.
Not since 2012.
And we will keep those rates as anticipated, even with the higher rates that we're paying Waste Management.
That's correct.
And they are mandated to move in some CNG vehicles
Yes.
during the terms of this contract.
We have asked that they, within 2 years, 50% of their fleet will be CNG. This is the garbage trucks. And then within 5 years, 100%. They are prepared to do that.
And the one important thing is the fuel surcharge has fallen totally out of this contract.
Exactly.
If you all recall, some months we were paying $150,000 fuel surcharge because of the cost of diesel fuel. And that has fallen out totally. So, okay.
Question,
Yes,
it was 2 or 3 months ago, did we not, in a new contract or now, for just the regular trucks for waste management, now that they have the new contract, just to pick up small brush piles, we don't have to turn in any addresses or anything on the regular route?
Well, they will be picking up small piles on the regular garbage day.
Right.
And then they will be providing us 2 claw trucks 4 days a week, every week. And then we will be maintaining our claw trucks. I requested a new claw truck in the Capitol. So we will be adding to our fleet 1 claw truck. We have some very old equipment.
Are we going to maintain existing claw trucks we have and try to keep them
Yes,
taped together, glued together?
Right.
Along with a new one? And
exactly.
you've asked Waste Management to provide 2,
2.
4 days a week.
Right.
Okay, and they will pick up the small piles of limbs or whatever it is on their regular garbage.
On the
day.
regular garbage day. Then
They're missing them. They're missing them.
they
They
do
started
miss
yet.
some, yes.
No, I think we did something.
August.
No, the new
August
contract
first.
starts August. They,
This is,
Yeah.
this is
I
something.
have
we-
requested that Waste Management start immediately picking
I
up the
thought you
small
did.
piles. So we are staying
They don't
on
have
them to make sure they're getting the small piles on the regular garbage day.
Mhm.
It goes into effect actually August 1.
Okay.
At that point, if they don't do that, then we can penalize them.
Yeah.
But we don't want to do that. We just want them picked up.
Thank you.
So,
Okay.
but we are proceeding now as what we want to be enforced on August 1, to get them in the routine of having to do this.
Okay, let me make sure I understand. The small piles, the regular garbage man is supposed to pick up, not a claw truck.
Not a clock,
Okay, if they've got 2 claw trucks they're running,
right.
all right, they're not gonna run those on the regular garbage days. I mean, obviously they couldn't because they,
They
Only got 2
run
of them,
claw
huh?
trucks at our direction every day.
okay, okay,
So
So,
they
and then
have
where-
they have certain areas where they will work those claw trucks.
Okay.
But those are not for the small piles. The small piles are for the garbage collectors to pick up on the regular routine days.
okay. So the claw trucks that they're running 2. How many is the city running? We running 4?
We run, we have 6, hopefully we'll have 7, but we don't have all of those
Okay.
in operation every day just for,
So we're backing them up with our claw trucks for whatever they can't get to, we come around. and get
actually, they're backing us up because we have more than they do.
them. Okay, okay.
Any other questions?
You want to go to your Capitol?
Okay. Well, I told you I had asked for,
We know we're talking about animal control budget, because I want to make sure they understand. We get
Yeah, okay.
$40,000 back from the hospital, and if we had $158,000 expenses this year, when we come down to it, we're only putting in $214,000 to take over the site.
Take over what?
the animal care center.
And okay, you have a budget in there for that. Won't you hit on that, Kathleen, and see?
Yeah, do the revenue first. The West Tennessee Healthcare is gonna be giving us 100.
This year's gonna be $140,000 for to feed the animals, to spay them, neuter them, and all that.
So they're paying us and then we're buying the food and we're paying the bills for that.
They're gonna get donations for some of that.
West Tennessee Healthcare, are they gonna just reimburse us for the expense of all the animals?
That's the foundation now, remember,
So
that's the foundation,
the
that's not the
foundation's,
hospital.
foundation's endowments and fundraising.
Healthcare Foundation.
Yeah.
He's agreed to give us a budget, as a budget figure, $140,000. He's gonna pay everything, whatever the cost is. But we've got $140,000 worth of expenses in here that we think will be reimbursed by the Healthcare Foundation for this. So the $513,916 that's in here for budget needs to be reduced by that for the fire station. Then this year, we budgeted $158,923. They go to the state, we put $214,000 in for it. Animal care center. That's what I found out. That's all it costs.
Okay, okay.
So everything that is raised in fundraising will go towards animal care, food, vetting, spay and neutering, anything that has to do with the care of the animals at this facility. We will hire employees to run it. We'll hire a manager to manage it. And we will be in charge of the maintenance, utilities, just regular day-to-day operation. Fundraising will be for the care of the animals. And the rescue groups will help as the animals come in and are quarantined for that 14-day period of time. After that time, they will move over to the adoption center where they will become adoptable. And hopefully, if they're not adopted by a member of the public, then the rescue people will take them and adopt them out. That's the plan.
Okay, so all the increases in animal control are primarily for us taking over
Exactly.
Humane Society then, okay.
And
And
we
without that,
have-
we're gonna get
we have
$140,000 back from the hospital.
Two people now, which is part of the animal control,
We have two
full-time.
officers now. But we will probably be hiring 4 people to operate the shelter plus a manager for day-to-day operation.
And those adoption fees that the center will get would go into operations.
Yes,
We don't know how much that is.
I don't.
Yeah.
We're just kind of, we're going into it blindly, hoping that we have done the right thing in projecting the amount of money it's gonna take.
The existing employees of the Humane Society will be more than welcome to submit applications and stand the same background and the other factors that we would expect any city employee to go through for employment with the city. So I want y'all to know they'll be welcome to submit those applications, but we'll go through the interview and everything just as any applicant would.
And, we've allowed some extra money for training. If we have to hire new employees, or even if we hire the existing ones, they need to be trained. Also for uniforms, office supplies, general day-to-day things that you would have in operating any kind of business.
Okay, ready for capital? Y'all okay on the operating? Have we,
Yes.
go to capital?
And that-
Kathleen?
I've asked for 2 new zero-turn mowers. As I mentioned earlier, we've increased our property that we have to maintain on a regular basis from about 300 to about 519 on this particular day. Tom sent me one this morning, so we're at 520. And many of those have come because the building department, in the way that they generate or get their properties mowed by people that are not taking care of their properties, they give them notice, try their best to get them to take care of the property. When they don't, if we can't get them into environmental court, if we can't find anybody, then he turns them over to my department, and we may maintain those properties, keep up with how much it costs, and then send that back to him where they usually put liens in the property. But many of those properties we've been maintaining for years have now been added to our property maintenance list because we've cut them for years, we can't find anybody, so we're taken care of. So our equipment has been really used, and we are hoping we can get into July 1 before it falls apart. So I've asked for 2 mowers. I've also asked for, in addition to the building where we keep our mowers stored, and a new claw truck, and another grain bed truck, are these trucks that have the sides on them, and that will be a CNG vehicle. I currently have 2 CNG vehicles in the department. One is a Ford 250 truck, and the other is a 450, which is a grain bed truck.
Okay.
One thing that needs to be said about her capital is not in our other capital account that's funded by money we borrow. She funds her own capital out of her revenue line items.
And her revenue basically comes from residential and commercial solid waste. Any questions of Kathleen while she's here? If
I have a
not,
quick question, if I may, Mayor. Good morning, Kathleen. Are you seeing savings with using the compressed natural gas trucks?
Yes, very much so. Right now, diesel is down, so it's not
Not
a
as
very good
much.
comparison as it has been. We've been paying, as it is right now, $1.44 for diesel and $1.34 for CNG. But that, as I say, that cost is down right now. But in what we spent last year, or current, for 1,752 gallons, we've spent $2,300.97. It's considerable savings.
Considerable, right. We'll thank the mayor and thank you for
Right.
your foresight, vision.
can't-
Going to,
And I think it's gonna make a very positive statement for the city that
Absolutely.
Waste Management is going to be having CNG vehicles in their total fleet.
Yeah.
Councilman Brooks and Paul Rice.
Exactly.
Now to say, a good friend of ours worked on that for several years, and finally were successful.
yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any other questions from Kathleen, for Kathleen? Okay, thank you, Kathleen, very much. Sam, what do we have left? We got the sportsplex and we got the public buildings. Okay, y'all look at your public buildings,
Starts on the bottom of page 7.
C, F, any of them. I can tell you this. In my humble opinion, the managers are doing a great job. They're doing some sprucing up and some neating up of the buildings, making some, just repairs of the buildings. All of them are, being used almost on a daily basis. The Civic Center, Fairground, the NED, not so much Omen, but still it's getting a considerable amount of use also. So if y'all have any questions for any of the civic, the managers of the building, you can see not very many increases in that whole far right-hand column as far as variables.
We've got a question or two. Al, are you gonna be one I'm gonna ask of?
Perry, you wanna come up?
No. Hey, Perry.
Morning.
Morning.
Almost afternoon.
I'm on page 52. I don't know if you got a copy of it or not, or Al may have. I'm looking at it. You probably can answer questions. Civic Center utilities, we spent $117,000 year to date. We're budgeting $235, so we've only spent about half of what we're budgeting. We over budgeted on utilities possibly, or utilities that much more during the summer for the Civic Center.
Summertime will be an increase. I think that 117 may be a little bit behind.
It's too much behind, I know, but yeah. So I guess that was just,
Y'all can look at those two budgets, Open Arena budget and Civic Center budget on utilities, and they have done a great job in bringing down the cost of utilities in both those buildings, and maybe the fairgrounds. I don't have the latest number on the fairgrounds, but we've done some energy, made some energy changes down there, and began to show good results for us.
In the Omen Arena, you got talent procurement of $32,000 in budget. We didn't spend anything last year.
Talent procurement, as I understand it, is like if we were to receive admission or entry funds for a promoter and then pay that promoter back, like if we worked the gate and took money or sold tickets, and then we would go through accounting and wire that money back to their account. So it's sort of if there was an event that they wanted us to sell tickets, I think that account it can fluctuate a lot, but it's really.
Auditors want it done that way, didn't they, Karen? Yeah, they mandated we go into talent procurement, and it's offsetting most of the time.
Double entry accounting, as I understand it, basically.
Okay, I guess the only thing I was looking at is we had no expenses at all for last year. We're budgeting $37,000 for this year, so I'll email you these and you can look at them again at the next meeting then. And then on the revenue side, there was a couple of them that we were budgeting considerably more than what we'd actually received last year, which I know some of these may not be you. There's one I should have asked probably. on the TR White Sportsplex. That should have been Tony, shouldn't it have? See, I asked Tony your question. I'm asking you Tony's question. That was recreation. I've lost it now. I'll email you the couple of them that I had. I had a couple of revenues where they were showing that revenue items were more than what we received last year. Just want to know if we were really over budgeting on the revenue on some of them, so.
Capital.
Okay, if you'll, yeah, maybe if you just email Perry and I'll let them take a look at the revenue numbers. I do know that the number of events are up, and obviously, hopefully, with the more events you have, the more money, you know, more revenue will be coming in, so hopefully that's part of it. Look at the rest of the buildings and see, we have the managers here, if y'all have any questions about them. Okay, I assume we're good. If you do, as you scan down through those, just email department head and that question to them, and we'll try to get you an answer prior to or at the second reading, or before the second reading. Okay, hey, thank you, buddy.
Awesome, thank you.
What about your capital?
Oh, your capital for Civic Center, I'm sorry, and Omen. You got it. We'll go with that. Capital for Civic Center and Omen.
You've got it. It's not a whole lot. Tables and chairs.
Civic Center at the top there.
The
Is
tourism
there any
grant,
questions on capital for Civic Center?
tourism grant for replacing the lighting, who's that grant? Is that a state grant? Or they're paying the 80%?
As I understand it,
We just pay 20, they pay 80 then? That's our 20%, is 70,000.
correct, it's from what I've learned thus far.
Is that replacing all the lighting in the Civic Center?
No, primarily that would just be the lighting in the auditorium. There's currently about 140 300-watt bulbs that burn 12 hours a day, and it would be an LED replacement that would probably yield about a $22,500 to $25,000 a year savings, with about a less than 2 year, probably 16-month payback. It'd be fantastic if that goes through.
Lori, did we get confirmed that grant has been approved?
We will find out, Jim.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any questions from Perry on capital for the Civic Center, capital for, do we have any for Omen Arena?
Should.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Perry.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. How about, Diane, you want to just very quickly hit the NED for me? And might go over the capital with the council.
Oh, I should have brought me some peanut butter.
Go ahead.
Go over the capital.
Yeah, just.
The biggest item on, we replaced our soundboard last year. The light board is about gone, and we are, at a point where we are using our auditorium almost every week, several times a week. Our bookings are up, and that soundboard is about gone, so they've asked us to replace that. And then we get several requests for the projectors, for the concerts and for the plays, and so we are also trying to acquire a projector for our building, and then in return, we can charge rent on that piece of equipment, so we'll be able to get part of that back throughout the years. And then the other are the bulbs, and the bulbs, the more you use the auditorium, obviously, the bulbs don't last very long, and then those are just about have to be replaced every year to keep up with the number of concerts and productions that we do.
Okay, any questions for Diane as far as the capital? She's down 4,000 from our amended budget from 16 in our operating budget, so. Okay, thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Fairgrounds, any questions there? We can, if they're looking for about a $12,000 increase, which is about 3% increase from their amended budget. So if any questions, Fairgrounds, and get John Robert up there. Okay, Sportsplex, Al, you ready for it? Ricky's back there. Yeah, Ricky's back there. Come on up, Ricky. Thank you, John Robert.
I appreciate you answering all those questions for us.
They coming in 100,000 on the budget every year.
Okay, we're on the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex revenues, expenses. If you have any questions for Ricky?
Good.
That's why we didn't ask him any questions. We don't mess with him.
John Robert, I already told you could leave earlier. Now you can certainly leave. Okay, thank you, Karen, for backing him up. Okay, West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex.
Okay, on the Sportsplex revenue, the hotel motel tax, we're actually budgeting less than we made last year. Is that, what's the deal on that?
There's a
Oh.
let me go get my glasses. 9 or 10 year history, Randy, of what we have brought in, and these numbers are hard to read, but the hotel motel tax has grown just unbelievably. Let me get it over here. Hotel motel tax started out in '08 with 310,000.
Al, do we have that sheet?
Yeah, where's that?
Oh, I guess Councilman Brooks, you caught me.
We don't have the sheet.
We will get you.
Oh, see, Al?
You caught me one time. 310,000 in '08, and then you can see in the down years, 9, 10. But now, we're up to a whopping $692,000, and that's based on the cap of 975,000. When that's reached, then the money goes to the Sportsplex. But this is going to be our last year for that. This, in the local option agreement, it ends December 31st of this year. So that is and the reason for that hotel motel tax, everybody needs to understand the Sportsplex is used 40 to 45% of the time of hours played there by county municipal league teams. I mean, I go there Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday and watch my grandchildren play there. And that's not travel ball, but that's fields and expense and everything that Ricky and his people have to keep up with and maintain. But this was the county's way and the CEDC of initially paying for that. Now, this runs out, and we're meeting with, quite honestly, with John Newman on Friday to discuss if there's any possibility, not with the CEDC involved, but just between the county and the city, because it is being used as a park. It's not just a money-making travel ballpark where we make money selling hot dogs and hamburgers and tournament fees and et
Yeah,
cetera.
Rick, you're thinking about raising the threshold from $9.75 to what?
We're looking at a 1.2, I believe.
Yes.
Okay,
1.2.
which will provide that one critical year of funding that we know pretty much will be short because of the agreement with the CEDC. Will not affect the CEDC funding. If,
None at all. Yes, sir.
and we propose making, or Sportsplex Advisory Board and yourself, plans on making a pitch to Madison County to see if they'd be agreeable to raising that threshold, which will produce, if they do, then obviously it'll come back to us for
For
a
about
vote.
3 years, yes.
For 3 years, and what is the amount projected to go to Sportsplex, and how much will our revenue drop as based on current projections?
What's the forecast look like if we go to the county and they accept and we accept?
The
What's that look
proposal
like for
that
us?
Lynette worked up on the bottom of page, I don't have it with me.
I'm not sure.
But basically brings our 680, 690,000 down to a little less than 300,000. We have one bad year, Scott.
18.
Yeah, the capital outlay notes that we borrowed were 12-year notes, and we've been able to make it through 10 years, and we'll make it through the 11th year. But then the local option agreement, interlocal agreement, excuse me, expires, and we have a year there where we have about $332,000 in mortgage payments, if you want to call that, without any hotel motel tax coming in. And John has been nice enough, and he's not on the commission, he's the trustee, but he's been our liaison, so to speak, to that commission.
Okay, so y'all are meeting with them and making your pitch to them, which if they approve it will be in this current year's budget once they approve it, or next year?
Next year's budget.
Next year's budget, okay,
Yes,
so we don't have to worry about that, okay, good,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry.
But,
All right.
but quickly, you're also saying that despite those numbers, it's a quality of life issue with our use of it.
We've had over 1 million people that had walked through the turnstiles in the first 10 years.
1.4 before we even started this year.
This year,
Yep.
yeah. So, you know, you look at keeping those 1.4 million, whether or not all kids, but whatever portion of that, keeping them off the streets.
Sure, absolutely.
And what it's brought in, Lori Nunnery has been up here many times, giving acclimates as to what the Sportsplex brings in to that hotel motel tax growth and the restaurants. If you go around on a Saturday and Sunday, you're gonna see kids, if it's a tournament weekend, you know, decked out in their uniforms, and they're eating at anywhere from Logan's to whatever.
Right, Five Guys.
Try to find a parking place.
Five
down
Guys,
there.
yes.
I got it.
Hey, Al, try to find a parking place down there on Friday,
We
Saturday.
have a
Sunday.
problem.
We do have a problem, but it's a good problem, Councilman, but you know as well as anybody does that we're having to park pretty good pieces away
Oh, yeah.
from it at this point, and that's a good problem to have.
Yeah, need a tax service down there, free.
Got some ideas coming up about that at that point.
Okay, we're getting capital we need to talk about, or
All right,
not?
can I ask a question on revenue
Yes.
again? My
Yes.
original question I was asking.
Yes.
We all love the Sportsplex,
Sure.
but on the budget, the hotel motel tax, then you're saying we're not gonna receive but half of it next year?
No, this year
Full.
we're gonna.
Full, the budget year we're
This
talking
year.
about, full
The
amount?
next budget year.
Okay, well, year-to-date, we received 692, we only budgeted 669,000. Why are we budgeting less than we collected year-to-date?
The
That's
fu-
what's my question.
Less than, for the 16 budget is 545.
Okay, but for 2016 year-to-date, we received 692.
Right.
But next year, we're only budgeting to get 669. We got 2 more months in the year.
Well,
Are we
again,
under budget in there?
we don't have a crystal ball to estimate the number of teams that are gonna register, the number of,
Possible rainouts.
rainouts,
That
et
could be.
cetera. And you could say it's a conservative number.
Okay, so we're just budgeting, sir.
But
Okay,
there's a lot of
that
what
was,
ifs.
that was the answer I was looking for.
Well, and this is an enterprise fund too, Councilman, where we have to have a balance there. And we try to, I would never say a guess, but we try to be as educated as we can from previous years.
Okay.
We probably do undershoot that
Okay.
at that point.
So we had a good year, the year we're in now, it's been a pretty good year as far as number of people showing up and
So
no
far,
rainouts.
we have 2 full rainouts, which is below our normal, which is about 3.
Okay,
And we have 88 teams from 6 states this weekend, so
okay. On the,
we're
on the other
excited
side,
about our numbers so far.
on the other side of the coin, for the state shared revenue, year-to-date, we received 342, we're budgeting 640,000. I'm sorry, state shared sales tax.
Right, and that's because I only get those numbers on a quarterly basis. So you're only looking at.
Half a
in
year.
Really only 6 months.
Okay.
6
Since-
months.
Since then, I've got another 161,000 and should get another 160 to 70. So we will hit our budget.
Okay. How about on sponsorships?
Sponsorships, and I'll let Ricky address this, but most of the sponsorships that we had, the big ones, Coca-Cola, Bancorp South, are the 2 biggest ones, they were 10-year sponsorships, so
They're now gone.
they're gone.
Okay,
Most
well, we're
of
budgeting
those, most of those
195,000.
folded, yeah, most of those folded during the recession and just threw in the towel. West Tennessee Healthcare obviously is still indicated they're still going to do the
Plans to
naming
go
right, so
forward.
that will be a tremendous help. But major sponsors folded during the recession and threw the towel in, and we're having to do without their help.
And we're doing some innovative things out there too, Councilman. For this year, for example, we're doing an adopt a field. Ron Berry and Ryan Blake. Ryan is our office manager. Ron runs our baseball and works in this particular area. We're doing some sponsorships. Unfortunately, when you're successful, folks think, why do they need my money? And we're trying to meet with those groups and say, hey, this is why, we would like to have you involved. And so we're doing some different things. We've had 4 of our fields adopted this year where they have a 2-year plan. They can fix up the field like they want to. The Children's Hospital, Ayers Children's Hospital, one of those. Sky Zone is another. Reggie's Barbecue. And so we've got some folks on board doing those kind of things. And we're, little bit as they are, we'll begin to add some of those up and continue to try.
Okay.
The big sponsorships will not
Well,
happen.
my confusion is we've lost all the big sponsorships, and we'd increase our budget by 375%. That's, we've gone from a budget of 41,000 to a budget of 195,000 for sponsorships, and year-to-date, we've only received about
The
90,000.
hospital was not involved in this particular one
If you're looking at year-to-date.
because
I understand that,
theirs
but
ran-
even
theirs ran out.
annualizing, you're not gonna get to 195. Year-to-date, we're at 89,000, we're budgeting 195,000, so that's twice what we, are we over budgeted there is my question.
Well, what you're looking at is like February numbers to begin with.
I'm looking at April's numbers.
March, okay. But we've had additional
April.
sponsors come in, and like Ricky is saying, we're approaching everyone at the exit 85 and beyond. We will approach Academy Sports when they're finished their building out there.
Well, let me update you there. We just got a pretty good sponsorship from the Academy Sports who's coming in out by Target in that particular.
Okay, so y'all are comfortable with 195 then? That just sound like a
It's
huge.
stretch, but we've got to get more sponsorships because no one is out there giving 10-year, $575,000 sponsorships like Bancorp South and Coke.
Okay. All right.
So we have a tough road to hoe, but, and we're gonna have, you talked about capital. We're still in competition with South Haven and many other sportsplex operations in Middle Tennessee and Eastern Tennessee. And we're gonna have to spend some money capital-wise. I don't know if Ricky's got a
I
list.
do have those. If there's any questions about it, we're gonna be spending a total of $110,000. Most of them are pretty good needs. We have one that's down there for $32,000 is repair backstops. So we have some issues with our backstops on each of our fields. I've had Tom Winbush from the city come out and look, and we're trying to get some things looked at, some people to come by and tell us what it's gonna cost. Could become fairly expensive at this point. Their comments were that it might have been poorly constructed, so again, we're just working on that too.
Okay, talking about the,
One other question, I'll stop.
go ahead.
On the bond interest, Al,
Yes.
our interest expense, have we not paid our bond interest for the year? Is that why we're so low, budgeted so much for next year?
Here's, and I can't attest to the timing right now, but here is our total debt service. Let me see if I can get that down. As you can see, we have 2 more years to go on the original 12-year capital outlay notes with Bancorp South. We had 3 of them. We paid 1 completely off. So we have $332,000 on note 1 and $332,000 on note 1A. And then we had money that came from the original bond issue that was for City Hall and Ridgecrest Extended and a number of different areas. That continues on. And then we did borrow an additional $500,000, which is now down to $375,000. And this is a case, again, it sounds crazy, but we want to have debt because that's the only way we can recover sales tax from the state, is if we have debt.
Didn't say how much debt, as long as we have a little debt, right?
That's right. We're trying to pay it down, but
Good. I understand. We all understand. Okay. Okay, any other questions for Ricky and Sports Bank? Okay, thank you, sir, very much. Al?
well, basically, that takes us through the ordinance. If no one has any other questions. Now, I need to fess up to one of my own errors. And thanks to Randy Wallace, when we did, a year ago at this time, you, the council, approved for the mayor to proceed to purchase, I forget how many acres it was, Mayor, but $2.4 million industrial park land out by the airport. And the resolution that was passed, if you look at the fine print, the last paragraph says this is not a bond issue approval. It just allowed you to proceed with the mechanics of purchasing and establishing a price. So at the next budget hearing on June the 7th, I will have to bring to you a resolution that Jerry Spohr is working on for us to go ahead and borrow that money. The funny thing, not the funny thing, the awkward thing about it is you can't honestly borrow the money and get it in your hands until you have the certificate of public necessity, which is a very detailed thing. Randy sat in on a meeting the other day that you have to go through the Economic Growth Council and the Attorney General and the Comptroller's Office to get approval on. So for an interim period, where our first down payment, Mayor, is due August, $1.6 million. And we may have to take that out of fund balance, but I'm going to give you a resolution that says we will pay ourselves back when we get that certificate and when we can actually do the borrowing. Am I making any sense? I
think so.
Okay.
Yeah, we may have a short-term ding on the fund balance. That's what
Yes.
all goes down
And
to.
Randy brought that to our attention. I appreciate it.
Okay.
But
We,
other than that, I think we've done
all right.
the ordinance, and then, of course, we have to approve this on first reading, and then the tax rate, which does not change.
Okay, let's get a motion for approval of the ordinance on first reading. And before we get a second, let me have a public hearing on it. Then we'll get a second at public hearing. We'll vote.
So
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve the budget ordinance for the 2016-17 fiscal year, operating and capital budget. We have a motion. This is a first reading on this ordinance, and I'll open a public hearing and ask if there's anyone here who would like to be heard on this matter, even speaking in opposition to or in support of the passage of this ordinance. Seeing none, hearing none, I'll close the public hearing, and is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion from council? We will come back for the second reading with any corrections.
Karen always comes up with a
Okay.
worksheet. that-
Yeah, we'll have,
Is
we'll have.
anything the council or we ourselves?
Right, okay. Okay, any, discussion from council? If not, council, please vote.
And the vote is unanimous.
And the second ordinance is the tax, property tax rate per hundred, and we're proposing no change. It's just that, again, the general fund is getting less of the total tax because we've got debt service that's creeping up on us.
Yeah, before I ask for motion, let me just indicate to council, we have roughly the $18 million fund balance, and these department heads, and we've done some, the mayor hasn't necessarily done anything, but we've done some pretty good things through council over the past 8 years to be, I guess, categorized as being fairly efficient and very conservative in our budgeting. Thusly, that fund balance has come up. The demands of city government are growing. Each and every year, we're a growing city. Infrastructure needs, the Jackson One plan, as you know, this year we already budgeted $200,000 to proceed with Jackson One plan, and then also the cost and medical insurance, which I don't think had anything to do with. So the demands on city government are growing, and we have to prepare our city for a daily population of roughly 130 to 150,000 people in order to continue to grow. Unemployment is down, the lowest it's been since pre-recession days. We see commercial continuing to increase. Residential is coming back. You can see what's happened downtown. You can see what's happening north. You can see what's happening at the ballpark exit. So the demands on city budget are being taxed to be able to come up with that funding. I have no problem at all reaching down for the 18 million fund balance to fund this budget because it's a realistic budget, and we're trying to get the departments what they need. This time forward, however, I think as a shot across the bow, I think we're looking at one of two things. We're looking at hopefully a period of great growth for a city to make up for this 2.6 next year. We'll be facing basically the same budget next year if we just stay status quo and not do anything. We're still looking at going back into fund balance for 2.6 million. And at some point, there has to be an end to that draw on fund balance. So again, as a shot across the bow, we hope for continued growth in our city, both from a sales tax perspective and a property tax perspective. Continuing to grow in our solid waste removal with new commercial accounts, new industrial accounts. We just opened Pacific. But a lot of that will depend on how we do this year. As you know, we can't go each year to 2.6 million in the fund balance because we'll get down to a point to where we cannot be sustained. So I think next year we've got to look at see what that growth will be. We've had a lot of building going this past year which we have not collected property taxes on. If we have, it's only a partial year property taxes. So I think that will come on next year. So we're going to continue to be good stewards, trying to be efficient in our operation. But again, we have to look at for future years, for the growth of this city, for sustainability. It's been how many years, Al, Karen, since we raised property taxes?
2003.
2003, and I think you all have a copy of the cities across the state, their property rates, property tax rates, and that's just for your consideration. I also have a copy of the tax rate for this city. I think since inception, almost. I don't know where those numbers came from, but somebody did a good job in finding them. Let me ask you to take a look at those. And again, we want to be good stewards. We don't want to ask people to pay for services which are not worthy of a property tax increase or another source of revenue. Doesn't necessarily have to be a property tax increase, but I think we'd be negligent if we didn't look at next year's budget after this year, after getting a good dose of having to go into fund balance 2.6 million and see what our perspective has got to be for next year. So based upon that, and that little sermonette, I will take.
Mayor Gibbs, I wholeheartedly agree with you. That's the reason I'm bringing up that school issue. That money should come to us with those buildings. We need that money. And we
Well,
won't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I would indicate,
That's the original agreement called for it. And the school boards talk about they can sell the buildings. That agreement says it reverts back to the city.
well, I will submit to you, there are a number of different avenues we can look at additional revenue for a city, but I think it's time that we do that in order to sustain ourselves for future growth. The city is moving very quickly in a good positive direction, and we want to maintain that, and if we don't look at that, then we're being negligent as far as continuing to grow this city and produce a great city for our people.
I agree
So,
with you.
based upon that, is there a motion? I'll have a public hearing on the tax rate. Okay, we have a motion to adopt the tax rate, of current tax rate. And I'll open a public hearing, see if there's anybody here who would like to speak in support of or in opposition to the passage of this ordinance on first reading. Hearing none and seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and I will accept a second.
Second.
We have a second.
Mayor?
Discussion from council.
Yeah, before
Randy.
we vote, if we vote today to approve it, that doesn't prevent us from asking for a change to it at the next reading, does it?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Do anything
Because
today.
I'm not too crazy about passing a budget that we spend more money than we take in.
I understand. I don't think any of us are. But using efficiency and using the basis of where we've been very productive in our fund balance, kind of hard to ask for a lot of additional revenue when you have $18 million in the bank. We won't have $18 million in the bank next year.
And
Okay.
the other thing I'd ask the council to consider would be to think about, what we can do between now and the next meeting. And also, we really need to have some kind of a system for funding some of our capital outlay. And maybe a couple pennies on the property tax to do that would help in the future, because it's only gonna get worse than where we stand. So, thank you, Mayor.
I keep hearing property tax increase. I still submit to you, we got about $40 million in buildings that we can revert back to us. That's a lot of money.
If you can sell them.
Okay, all right, let's see, we're looking for a second. Did we get a second? We did get a second, didn't we, Anita? Okay. Any other comments or questions from council? Council, please vote.
And the vote is unanimous.
There being no other business, meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, council.
All right, man.